I know. It won't last long, but it's okay.
Well, I don't know. I have to come back in January, but my visa from last year is still good, but I hope they honor it. We'll
I'm
see
sure
what
they
happens.
will. I'm sure they will.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah.
Hi, Erica.
Hello, Steve. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Here from Mexico City.
Yeah, Mexico is a great place. How
Yeah,
are you?
Erica was just here with us a month ago.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice. Yes. It's very nice, India.
Namaste and greetings from Nepal.
Namaste.
It is a great honor
Hello.
for me to be a part of the PAN Ophthalmologica. I would like to thank Dr. Vaibhav Sethi for roping me in for this program. It truly is an honor. Well, I've been asked to introduce a little bit about my music. Personally, I started playing the guitar when I was 10 years old. And there was always conflicting ideas in my head whether to become a full-time musician or whether to have another career. But at this point, I'm very happy I'm able to do both. I have a band called the Blue Fret. The Blue Fret plays original music. Our music mainly focuses on folk as well as the Western genre. We have 7 members in our band. And the special feature about our band is that we have incorporated our ethnic instruments. For example, the sarangi and the flute. So when you hear the band, you get a touch of both Western as well as the Nepali folk music. Our band plays in different venues in Kathmandu. And apart from just playing music, we also have established a not-for-profit called Music for Medicine, where we set aside money for this organization. Music for Medicine, what it does, it sponsors music studies for those students who are unable to afford to pay their fees. We also support salaries of music teachers at institutions that are struggling to make the music happen. And also, we set aside money for the free treatment of patients. So this has been going on for quite a while now. I remember the first time that we started raising money for treatment was back when I was a postgraduate student in Manipal. That was, I forgot, many years ago. But with Dr. Biju Raju, Rohan Daniel, and we formed a band called the Donesis, like the Faco Donesis. And we were able to raise money and start a fund called the SRF, which is the Site Restoration Fund. So that has continued even now in my career. So I'm very glad that this concept came together by the 3 of us then, ophthalmic residents, trying to do something with our music. Apart from the music, we have also a not-for-profit organization called Ek Ek Paila. It was founded during the time of the earthquake, when Nepal was severely affected by the earthquake, in fact devastated by the earthquake. And a group of medical doctors and like-minded friends, we went to these earthquake devastated areas to provide medical services. And it was all on voluntary basis. After a period of 1 year, we realized that we had become great friends, and we thought, why not register these organizations and do the medical services more seriously, which led me to follow another path in my life where I resigned as the head of the Department of Glaucoma, head of the Department of Research at Tilganga Institute, and started my journey as a volunteer at Ek Ek Paila. And today, we are proud that we have traveled extensively in remote areas of Nepal, where we provide comprehensive health service, not just ophthalmology, but the entire outfit of setting up a small clinic in the remote areas and providing ENT surgery, eye surgery, gynae, and minor operations, sometimes even major operations, working with the primary health centers, dental surgery. and also providing the people there with music. So often the band joins our areas, joins our mission to provide music to the community there. And most of the funds are raised through the Nepalese in Nepal and overseas. So we are very much a Nepalese run organization, trying our best not to depend on foreign aid, but we welcome our friends donating from all over the world. But 90% of the funds are generated through the Nepalese diaspora in overseas, as well as the local residents here. Well, this is what it is, and I think now you should just hear the music that Vaibhav insisted that I come and join over here. And music is something that is so abstract. Some people will like it, some people won't. But I do hope you will enjoy the music, and hope you will be able to come to Nepal sometime and attend our shows. And if not for the music, come to Nepal and I can be your travel guide and I can tell you something and show you around my country. And yes, so that's it. And it's a great honor, and thank you so much. And I hope you guys have a wonderful webinar.
Don't say hello. You've been away too long. Don't say you need me. I've been holding on too long. Don't you try to make it right. Don't say you want me. It's hard not to fight. But don't you dare say the words that I want to hear. You can see right through me, but I couldn't care. And at times like these, I try not to say I need you. At times like these, I try not to say I want you. Don't say hello. You've been away too long. Don't say you need me. I've been holding on too long. But don't you try to make it right. Don't say you want me. It's hard not to cry. And at times like these, I try not to say I need you. At times like these, oh, at times like these, I try not to say I love you. everything, yet I feel there is nothing a way my life can be. I feel the rain pouring down on me. My troubled mind and soul, it doesn't let me get old. A day without you now, it seems like the sun's going down. I try and try to pretend it's alright. The nights are long when the stars don't shine. A new morn was a day behind. I can't understand the way it's out of hand. Maybe you are the reason why. You and I, we could try when the nights are long and the stars don't shine. A new morn will show us the light. Oh, we can then understand the way it was out of hand. There wouldn't be a reason why. There wouldn't be a reason why. There wouldn't be a reason. There wouldn't be a reason. There wouldn't be a reason why. I got so much going on. I feel alright, I'm walking tall. If you love me, then come right here. Stay with me and make it clear. If you want me tonight, you've got everything going right. I'm in a mood for some moonshine with you every night. So come on, sugar. Can you feel it? Do you feel it coming, honey, baby? Is it true? I wanna know. If it makes me blue, I'm gonna go. I got so much going on. I feel alright, I'm walking tall. If you love me, then come right here. Stay with me and make it clear, honey. Do you feel it? Can you feel it coming, honey, baby? Is it true? I wanna know. If it makes me blue, I'm gonna go. I got so much going on. Can you feel it coming? Ooh, I got so much going on. Ooh. And oh, Melissa, I can't complain. You are my sunshine in the rain, and I can play a tune on a sleepy afternoon to you. Oh, Melissa, Melissa. Oh, it's true. At times I'm lonely. Well, that's nothing new. My heart feels weary dreaming of you. At times I'm flying and I could touch the moon. Your love comes pouring to wash away my wounds and hard and trying times and all the sleepless nights in a world so unkind when friends can't be found. You take away the blues. Oh, Melissa, Melissa. Whoa, whoa, ooh, it's true. And ooh, Melissa. Oh, it's true. मेरो आवाज सुनिदेऊ, मनको कुरा बुझिदेऊ, मेरो साथ हिँडिदेऊ, कहिले नछोड मेरो एक एक पाइला हेर्दा पनि मलाई पछि नछाड, पर्खेर लैजाऊ मलाई धेरै टाढा तिमलाई सम्झे यही बेला एक्लोपनमा निराश लाग्दा बिर्सेको थिइन कहिले पनि सधैँ रह्यौ मुटुभरि भन्न सकिन मनको कुरा तिमी नै हौ मेरो संसार आउँदैछु म तिमी कहाँ सधैँलाई आकाशमा तिमी हौ मेरो प्रकाश एक्लो यो जीवनमा तिमी नै हौ मेरो साथ मेरो आवाज सुनिदेऊ मनको कुरा बुझिदेऊ मेरो साथ फेरिदेऊ कहिले नछोड मेरो हात एक एक पाइला पछि
Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the world of Pan Ophthalmologica. Pan Ophthalmologica is not just a webinar, it's a collaboration. It's a collaboration between 20 countries, from Australia to Argentina, from Brazil to Bolivia, from Germany to Greece, where over 100 ophthalmologists all across the globe have come together to share knowledge, share their experience and their challenges with one aim: to learn from each other. Today is the World Sight Day, and we celebrate the gift of vision or the gift of sight. Sight is a beautiful symphony of color, light, and beauty, and it's just like music as it transcends boundaries, languages, and culture. We just heard Dr. Suman Thapa and the Blue Thread Band playing beautifully, and how there's a beautiful harmony and synchrony between music and science. Today, we have over 9 virtual halls with over 20 captivating sessions of ophthalmology, and over the next 2 to 3 hours, I hope you all will enjoy as much as we did to put together this program, and I hope that we see everybody soon, and let us start this symphony of knowledge and creativity. Thank you for your attention. Looking forward to seeing you. Namaste.
Next session, please.
So very good evening and welcome and good morning from Canada, Mexico, and hi Lisa. I'm so happy to see you all. We're going to start this session on when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And our first speaker is Dr. Steve Arshanav. He's from Toronto, and he's been the master and the educator of simultaneous bilateral cataract surgery. He's the president of the International Society of Bilateral Cataract Surgery, and he's going to share his pearls on viscoelastic and bilateral simultaneous cataract surgery. So over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Rena. Let me just share my screen and put this up. So it's interesting because hopefully you can see it. I never really thought of myself as tough, but then when I think about since 1996 being criticized all over the world for doing bilateral surgery, I suppose I've had to be a bit tough. So I'm going to talk to you about bilateral cataract surgery, or immediately sequential bilateral cataract surgery as it's properly termed, the history, why I do it, what the import of it is, and how we choose our OBDs to do it. I want to thank the Sethis for putting on yet another fantastic event. Every year it gets better, and you never relent. You keep doing it every year and making it better and better. We're putting a huge amount of work into it. So thank you for including me. It really is a great privilege to be able to take part. So my only real disclosure with respect to bilateral cataract surgery is that I was the chief editor and chief author of this book. So obviously I'm a bit biased towards bilateral cataract surgery. So my honest feeling is that I think that over history, if you look at the flow of history for centuries, we're going towards doing bilateral cataract surgery. And it really started with Hammurabi first publishing in the code the first reports of any bilateral surgery, and then just north of Delhi, Sushruta, talking about how to do it when they did couching, and going on and on and on with progress that we all know about. And I think we're all now going to be doing bilateral cataract surgery as we get things perfected. So we have to thank a number of events that sort of helped us move along this road. One of them was the COVID pandemic, which made us realize that it's much easier to do both eyes of the same person than to keep changing the room and cleaning it for half an hour or an hour between cases. And so there was a huge incentive to look at bilateral cataract surgery. And then I have to thank my co-authors for us writing this editorial in Ophthalmology in 2021, really getting the world to be interested in bilateral cataract surgery. And then Satish Srinivasan for another editorial in the Journal of Cataract and Refractive Surgery, the most authoritative journal in our field, talking about how we should be moving towards doing more bilateral cataract surgery. So the question is why and where this comes from. So the problem is that one of the reasons why I got so much flack in the beginning is that we were all taught that cataract surgery should be done unilaterally, and that it always was. But the problem is that's not exactly true. We're taught what our mentors were taught, and they were taught, and no one ever goes back and looks far back in history to see what actually happens. And what really happens is in every generation, our actions, whether it's doing cataract surgery or something else, evolve from whatever our paradigms happen to be at the time. So one interesting one is couching. If we look at couching today, we think, whoever got that crazy idea? Why would we stick a needle in someone's eye and mush around the lens? But it turns out that the Latins, who were the people who occupied Italy 500 years or more prior to the Romans, inherited this belief from the Babylonians and Susutra, and they all thought that a cataract was a suffusion, a flow of a fluid into the locus vacuus, the space between the lens and the iris, because when you took apart an eye and couldn't preserve it, it just collapsed and you thought perhaps there was a space there. And that particular fluid gelled and then created an opacity. And when you think, well, that was okay for 700 BC, this illustration actually came from Vesalius's book, the first book looking at anatomy and how medicine should be in 1543. So that went on for 2,000 years, people believing that cataracts really were a suffusion of fluid into this space that doesn't really exist. And so trying to do couching was not unreasonable if you believe that. But the amazing thing was that around 1700, people began to understand that cataracts really were a clouding of the lens. And then Devielle, shortly thereafter, completely changed the concepts of cataract surgery and realized that you had to remove the lens and began to do extracapsular cataract surgery. And I just read his original article, which is in Middle French, and it's fascinating to think of the huge leap that he took from the current beliefs to learning to do bilateral surgery and also doing extracapsular surgery. And he had done 4,000 couching procedures before, and then he did 500 of these, and he said that almost all of them, 88.5%, went perfectly. That is an unbelievably good success rate for the time. And to think that someone thought of that is really incredible. So he wasn't alone, though. At the same time as he was doing wonderful work, there were people who were not quite so ethical. And this one guy, John Taylor, used to go from town to town and do bilateral surgeries and leave a lot of his patients blind. One of them whom was Sebastian Bach, who unfortunately died shortly after his cataract surgery, blind from infection when the bilateral surgery. And also Friedrich Händel and many others suffered at the hands of this particular person. And so people weren't very happy about bilateral surgery or any cataract surgery at that time. And then what happened in the late 1800s, Louis Pasteur, Joseph Lister, and Robert Koch each contributed an important idea to how infections occur and why infections were probably the primary problem then causing diseases in humans and how we might treat them. It's probably the first and last time that the French, English, and Germans ever cooperated, but nevertheless, they achieved a lot. But like always, when you get rapid achievement in a short time and a change of concepts, people don't listen. And it really took until 1930 before the world really began to believe these people and start to understand their concepts. And most of that effort of changing the world's understanding came from this guy, Sir William Osler, who actually was born about 10 miles from my office, just north of Toronto, and dominated medicine for 35 years, between 1892 and 1927. And he talked about almost exclusively infections and how infections were really the bane of our existence and causing many problems. And his book still exists in the Osler Library in McGill in Montreal. And it's a fantastic library to find out our history and where things came from. But he's one of the people who really made us not do bilateral surgery of any sort, to do unilateral surgery and be fearful of infections. So what happened is when we went to school, we inherited from our mentors who got from their mentors, who got from their mentors, starting around 1930, that we should never do bilateral surgery. And we was adamant, and that's what we were taught. And we weren't really taught why. So then something happened. We began to do phaco, and we began to get better and better. We began to get OVDs and better phaco machines and intraocular lens designs that were designed to be in the bag, that were safe and didn't have a high complication rate. If you'll remember, intracapsular cataract surgery had about a 10% serious complication rate. And this was a huge step forward. We got capsulorhexis, foldable lenses, injection cartridges, numerous things, and finally intracameral antibiotics. And all of these things contributed to making our surgery much more complication-free and much better in terms of the results for the patients. And then this guy came along. Golem Payman was the first person to say, you know, we can inject antibiotics into the eye rather than giving them systemically and hoping we get a reasonable concentration in the eye. But he did it only for people who had endophthalmitis. It was these two, James Gills and Howard Gimbel, who actually said, why not use these antibiotics prophylactically in the eye, and we can probably get a much better result. And they did. And they began to report infection rates of less than 1 in 2 or 3,000, whereas the rest of the world was getting 1 in 200. So then what happened was in Sweden, which is always a very academic country and looks to do studies, they realized in St. Erik's Hospital that they had a relatively high infection rate compared to what they were seeing reported from Gills and Gimbel. And they began to do toxicity studies looking for a good antibiotic, and they came up with cefuroxime, the way it's currently used across Europe. But they realized that Enterococcus was a problem, and they began to add ampicillin. And they were the first ones in the world to do this. And here are the people who did the studies, and they published a few papers, and they showed that there were really no side effects if it was done carefully, and it worked extremely well. And they managed to lower their infection rate to what we see now, 1 in a couple of thousand. The ESCRS study was really a total copy of the Montan study, but done by the ESCRS, publicized, and then really enforcing European ophthalmologists to use it. So bilateral surgery with these events and intracameral drugs began to become popular around 2000. My first actual patient was a young lady who came in 1996 who was racing cars for NASCAR. And she came to me and said, well, you know, I only have a month and a half between racing in NASCAR and going to Northern Ontario to test cars for Toyota. I have to have both my eyes done right away so I can see. And I had done a few people who were like mature cataracts, urgent ones for some reason, but no people electively. I did her eyes, and the next day, all the other patients in the office complained to me why I chose to do that good-looking young woman, both eyes, and made them come back again 6 weeks later. And I realized perhaps they were right, because she was 20/20 in both eyes the first day. And I began to do more and more, and then realized that it wasn't just me. All around the world, there were individuals, and one of them I can see on the screen, Johan Kruger, hi Johan, began to do bilateral surgery, and we began to meet in Europe and talk about this and how we were doing it, and each of us individually looking at bilateral surgery. First 1,020 consecutive cases in 2003, and I was surprised to find not the problems, but I had really extremely few complications, and really fewer complications than I had in unilateral eyes. And it wasn't really selection, because I just chose patients who wanted bilateral surgery. And then when I talked to my friends, shortly thereafter, Bjorn Johansson published the same thing from Sweden in a bit smaller series, and the same thing in Spain, David Silguero, and the government of Spain finally recognized bilateral surgery as equally safe and effective. Charles Chloe and John Bolger doing the same thing in London, and Johan Kruger also in South Africa. And in Finland, the entire country was slowly moving to do bilateral cataract surgery. So there was sort of a movement going. We decided to form a society. Originally, we had only 9 people. It was a rather small group, and it gradually grew to a few hundred. But we really were a very small group in the beginning. And we thought that we wanted to make sure that as bilateral surgery spread around the world, it would be done safely. That was our main goal. And so we existed to promote education, mutual cooperation, and progress in simultaneous bilateral cataract surgery. We wanted to put together a document, but we weren't sure what to call it. We thought of calling it guidelines, but 9 people, maybe 15 by the time we got the thing started, really can't say we're empowered to write guidelines for the world. So we thought of suggestions, which seemed kind of weak. Finally, we decided on principles for the safest possible bilateral surgery. And we put this document together, and this is the document, and we had 10 principles just by accident, the way it turned out. And that began to become called the Decalogue, or the 10 Commandments of Bilateral Cataract Surgery. And now everybody in the world adopts this and goes to our small little group and says, well, how did you guys write guidelines? Well, we didn't actually write guidelines. We wrote suggestions or principles of what we thought was safe for bilateral cataract surgery. And then we had a rule. The rule was if any unresolved complication occurs with the first eye, the second eye should be deferred. So a resolved complication could be like a small tear in the anterior capsulorhexis, but you still got the lens in the bag. An unresolved one is a dropped nucleus. So it's obvious when you can't totally solve a problem, and you can. But we also realized that the best time to do the second eye is immediately after you finish the first eye. Complication rates are always lower in second eyes because you know exactly how the eye is going to behave. It's the same person as the first eye. So our society ended up being quite useful. We reawakened interest in bilateral cataract surgery. We developed the Decalogue. We established a global forum for discussion. We sort of prepared the world to know that bilateral surgery is coming. We tried to separate reality from rumor, because there's always rumor when you have a new issue. And we studied all the issues that were bothering us or were brought forward about bilateral cataract surgery. And you can get all this information if you want. The Eye Foundation of Canada maintains a website where we keep all this stuff if anybody wants it. But despite that, we thought we'd look and see how many cases really have occurred of simultaneous bilateral endophthalmitis postoperatively. And it turns out by 2021, there only were 9 cases in the previous 50 years. 5 of those cases were obvious breaches of not using intracameral antibiotics or giving a patient that was septic surgery or something like that. But 4 of them actually got antibiotics. And of those 4, 1 of them did not use an indicator in the autoclave and probably never turned the autoclave on. So the instruments weren't sterile. So that one wasn't really very good. And the other ones were one place where the adjacent building owner illegally modified the ventilation of the operating room and blew Burkholderia into the OR in a cold January in northern Norway and got infections. And then 2 of them were immunodeficient patients that really weren't worked up properly and probably weren't given an adequate dose of antibiotic to prevent infection. So none of these were a surprise. But then once we published this and we thought, okay, now the world has the Decalogue and it has the safe idea of how to do it, suddenly 4 more cases occurred. 1 of them from Japan, where they always use very low doses of injection antibiotics, and 3 of them from a clinic in Denmark, which has now been closed because they weren't following any rules. So the next question is, how about OVDs? OVDs are a bit different from most things that we use because there are some OVDs in the world that are sold with a bioburden, which means a risk of infection of only 1 in 1,000. Everything else we use is 1 in a million. But through ISO, they managed to negotiate and argue for years and years until they accepted 1 in 1,000 as reasonable for OVDs because we take them out at the end of surgery. So I think it's incumbent upon each manufacturer to either use 10 to the minus 6 or to show that their OVD has not been associated with infections before you could consider using the same OVD from the same company in both eyes. What do I use? Well, I like to use highly viscous cohesive OVDs because the primary thing I want in surgery is stability so I don't have complications. If I have a complication, then I'll get out viscose. But if I don't, I want to use for phaco, I use Helon 5 for left eyes, Helon GV for right eyes, different OVDs, but similar somewhat in achieving stability. And for femto, because you don't need such high viscosity when the eye is still closed, I use Helon GV for left eyes and Helon for right eyes. And the reason is they come with this very thin-walled cannula that you can get into the small space you often have in the anterior chamber of a femto to get it in front of the capsulotomy. And I add viscose for any patient that I think is going to have a potential complication, because I think the primary use of dispersives is in an eye where you think you may have some kind of complication, and you want to somehow separate the OVD protected part of the eye from the eye where you're doing surgery. Okay, so next. People have found that it's cheaper for third-party payers to do bilateral cataract surgery. And we're now finding in some parts of Canada and probably everywhere that third-party payers are demanding that a certain proportion of your surgery be done as bilateral cataract surgery. This, I think, is inevitable and will soon come to America as well. And I think that our Decalogue should be enforced or something updated and similar, because we've had 2 countries that have not followed the Decalogue and have had infections. And if you follow the 10 commandments, the real risk of bilateral simultaneous infections is about 1 in 100 million, which is about 5 times less than the chance of you winning any lottery. So if you can win the lottery 5 times, you might get bilateral infections. And use the best OVDs, minimize the risk in surgery. And if you're careful and you follow all of the things we put together, you'll find that you can do bilateral cataract surgery safely. But don't try to save $2 on your OVD, because the complications are going to make your life miserable and the patient's life miserable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Steve. One quick question, and that is that in patients who have, advanced technology IOS, like, we're planning to put in an advanced, like an EDOF or a trifocal, and it's always nicer, like when we get to know the results, whether the patient has been bang on or not with the biometry. So would you still go ahead and do this as planned in your initial biometry, or would you like to see the result of one eye and then plan the other eye?
Well, that's a long question to answer. Okay, so the answer really is this. There have been fantastic improvements in biometry in the last couple of years. Warren Hill is coming out with his next version, I think, next month. We have one of the guys who works with us who put together his own program, which he's trying to sell to one of the companies, to look at all the new equations and to pick the best one for each person's eye. You're going to be getting 95% plus accuracy in IOL within a year or so if you get these equations. It's just incredible. That being the case, there hasn't been a single study showing that you're more accurate if you change the lens between eyes or if you don't. Because often the reason there's an error is the two eyes are a bit different. If they're different, changing the lens can make your error worse, not better. So people who get EDOF or multifocal lenses always, always, always do way better if you do both eyes together. If you do both eyes together, they get summation, and the diffractive problems they get from the lenses are way reduced, and the patients adapt much quicker. So my policy is, if you want a multifocal lens, you either do bilateral surgery or you don't get a multifocal lens. And the calculations we do are extremely accurate because I use this program from this guy who works with us, and we're getting 95% plus dead on. And the same thing will occur with everybody because the new equations are coming out in the journal soon, and you'll see that it's just much better.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your lucid talk. And it was really a delight to listen to this, the viscoelastics and the bilateral simultaneous cataract surgery. So thank you. So I'll be calling on our next speaker, Dr. Rohit Om Prakash. And he should be talking about the optimizing fluidics in challenging cataract case scenario. Dr. Rohit there? Okay. So we'll wait for him. I think we'll just go into the next speaker is Dr. Erica Fernandez. Erica is from Mexico, and she was just here with us last month. And we welcome her, and she's going to be talking about pearls in hard cataract. So over to you, Erica.
We request all the faculty to please stay on till the end of the session for a screenshot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to
you just screen share and then click on your presentation. Yes.
Yes. Does it look in there?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Perfect. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So here is a good morning. There is good afternoon. So, well, I appreciate really the invitation of my friends Arun and Rina Sethi to be here in my first Ophthalmologica. Thank you so much. So I want to talk to you about the 10 pearls in hard cataract surgery. In my experience, are bullets, special bullets are, and 10 points that will help us to make very or extra hard cataracts a better experience, and for us and for the patient. So I'm from Mexico. I have the specialty in anterior segment surgery, member of the Mexican Society of Ophthalmology, a university professor, a medical director of Association to Prevent Blindness, August 21, August 23, and well, also I have a private ophthalmic clinic, microsurgery and laser. Some of my publications, and well, we enter to the theme. Hard cataract is really a challenge for the anterior segment surgeon, and it entails more intraoperative risks as corneal injury, nuclear luxation, phakia, and bullets. So I would like to give you bullets and pearls in each step. That is why I consider it important to have these points. The first point is, and one of the most important steps, is to make a detailed intraoperative evaluation. It is imperative to have a correct stratification of the cataract. I use the lens opacity classification system 3, proved to be reliable in hard cataract correlation. If possible, try to have evaluation of the posterior capsule, looking for signs of previous trauma or vitrectomy. In intumescent cataracts, according to IOP, planned preoperative mannitol, intumescent catheters may have very hard nucleus and have thinner anterior and posterior capsules. I say that may hide because all the white material don't let us see clearly. So maybe we are thinking that the intumescent is not so hard, and when we are in the operation, we then look like, wow, this nucleus is really brown, no? So we have to prevent everything. In intumescent cataracts, phacodonesis can have also phacodonesis. So we have to enter prepared with other instruments and supplies. Always compare the contralateral eye, looking for differentiating factors like unilateral dense cataract in the other eye. These suggest trauma, previous surgery, inflammation, or neoplasia. If we observe a different camera profundity from one eye to the other eye, sonar weakness is very probable. So we have to take all the factors in our evaluation. Incisions. It could be very useful to create limbal scleral incisions to prevent corneal burning. Some surgeons prefer the corneal incisions. Others find that limbal scleral incisions are more secure for the cornea, and also can prepare us for a conversion if necessary to extracapsular surgery. For more surgeons, more than 2.2 millimeters principal incision can also prevent corneal burning because it gives less tight movements of the faculty. So this could help us to do the conversion also to another type of surgery like the extracapsular. It is mandatory to have a wide and stable pupil before capsulorhexis. If pupil is less than 8 millimeters, first we can use transoperative adrenaline assisted with cohesive viscoelastic. Other options are stretching with two rotators or choppers, the Wheeler dilator, but not in all countries we can find these devices, and the iris retractor hooks. Here we can appreciate a patient that don't dilate with adrenaline. So we had to do sphincterotomies and also iris retraction. And here's another case of a patient that with adrenaline, we didn't find any results, so we made that stretching. And here we have another patient where we use the hooks. So there are many forms to have a good wide pupil, a secure pupil, and it's preferred to have it before the capsulorhexis so that we can feel secure, we can feel relaxed doing every step. So we go now with a capsulorhexis. To have an adequate visualization and control of capsulorhexis in hard cataracts, I always dye the anterior capsule. Always in hard or very hard cataracts, more in intumescent. Cohesive viscoelastic is associated to more stability, and very fine or microincisional ultrata prevents viscoelastic loss. You can, if you don't have, we don't have a microincisional, we can use the a very fine ultrata, normal ultrata, and try down to take out the viscoelastic. We have to remember that wide capsulorhexis gives better management of fragments. And then hydrodissection During the hydrodissection, we could have more risk of posterior capsular tear. That's because the nucleus is bigger and have less space. It is recommended to make hydrodissection in more sections and very gently in more and more sections with less quantity of solution, avoiding intracapsular pressure elevation. We would have a posterior capsular tear more easier here. That's why. So here we can see the capsulorhexis, the first part of the capsulorhexis, and then, well, the hydrodissection very gently and in many sections I recommend it. No, so and obviously a very big pupil. So, well, if we have sonora weakness, it's not so rare in hard cataracts to have this, or in intumescent cataracts. So sonora weakness could be a greater challenge in mature cataracts. It is helpful to make a gentle hydrodissection in multiple sections, more in these patients. Capsular hooks help to stabilize the bag during phacoemulsification, and tension rings can be used before or finishing the phaco. Some surgeons tell that it's easier to put to insert the tension ring after the phaco, but in sometimes it's we need to do it when the nucleus is inside the bag. So I recommend to put viscoelastic inside the bag to make space, and we can insert easily the ring when the nucleus is inside. Okay. So then with a nuclear fracture, well, for the nuclear fracture, I like horizontal phaco chop because it causes less stress over the sonol. I think so. Some surgeons prefer the vertical phaco chop in their experience, but I feel that the horizontal is more controllable for me and causes less stress. Surgeons that prefer stop and chop, wide groove could give more space to work. And well, for the fragments, it is useful to have many small fragments as a pie, so that it will be less difficult to emulsify each one. If we have 4 fragments, we maybe have more trouble to extract each one because of the hardness, no? And maybe we can have more ultrasound expenditure. And well, I recommend each 8 value of CDE to use dispersive viscoelastic to protect the corneal endothelium. Okay. So there are some pharmacodynamic parameters that are very crucial for fragmentation. I use pulsed ultrasound, pulsed longitudinal ultrasound. I don't use torsional here because I feel that the tip maybe is not so tight in the nucleus. So, and we need security here to extract or to take up the nucleus. So I use fixed vacuum for to 450 to 500, a power of 50, no more, and 5 to 80 pulses per second, and a work cycle 30%, no more, so that I don't have more expenditure of ultrasound. When I have the fragments that I recommend to be, the more fragments we can do, the more smaller or more fragments, I use only torsional ultrasound. I think these have less repulsion and more efficiency and thermal security. Continuous or pulse is good for the preference of each surgeon. Maybe in some ones I use continuous, in another pulsed, and because this is demonstrated to liberate less energy expenditure, and linear vacuum lesser than in the fragmentation in a value of 350 to 400. No, this is for the final. So here we have the fragmentation in a horizontal phaco chop that I'm fanatic of that. We introduce viscoelastic that protects an endothelium, each HCD, and then you look that it's not so easy, the fracture, but we can do it with the phaco chop and in many fragments. Look at it once more, and that steps are crucial because in this moment we can have a rupture of the posterior capsule. So, well, we are going to resume the pearls that can help us to make a very technical and ordered surgery, like the decalogue of Dr. Ashinov for the bilateral surgery. Well, it's like also 10 points. Then it's a decalogue for hard cataract. So the first one is to have a detailed preparative evaluation to establish a correct plan, a secure plan, and to know if we have to order or need adrenaline, ring, intracapsular ring, or hooks. The second peril is that it's special. Intumescent cataracts is like another chapter of hard cataracts, not in many times. For intumescent cataracts, consider mannitol 30 minutes before surgery. This can help us to have less pressure, and also it's according to IOP before and during the evaluation, but some surgeons prefer to use it in intumescent cataract. So consider it, especially if in the evaluation you have high IOP. The next peril is the limbal, the incisions. It can be proper to have an incision in 2 planes, but in the limbus for less thermal damage or for conversion. Many authors prefer this type of incisions, especially for to protect the cornea. The fourth peril, well, the pupil. The pupil is mandatory to have a wide pupil, to have a dilated and very stable. Some patients with floppy iris really are a problem if we don't have a stable pupil. So if a hard cataract and then you have a floppy patient and sonorous in stabilization, it's really a terror movie there. No, so first of all, the pupil. Then the capsulorhexis. We need a wide capsulorhexis so that we can have easier manage of all the fragments, and this gives also more space to move all the instruments and to introduce the ring if you need so to do that. To have a gentle hydrodissection is basically because we have less space because of the more the bigger nucleus, and so a gentle hydrodissection to avoid posterior capsule tear. The seventh peril, horizontal phaco chop in my hands. It functions better for nuclear fracture, gives less horizontal tension. The eighth peril, well, making multiple small spy fragments facilitate emulsification to extract all the fragments. And I recommend torsional ultrasound being more effective and faster for these small fragments, and to use viscoelastic HHCD. Maybe some surgeons prefer to do it 10 or 15, others maybe can tell 5. I have seen it in very nice to use it each 8 for the cornea and province. Oh, so, well, thank you so much. And once more, I want to tell that Dr. Rina, here is Dr. Rina and Arun. Thank you so much for the invitation to this Pan Ophthalmologica. It's a great experience for me. Well, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Erika. Thank you for your 10 pearls for hard cataracts. I think we'll just invite the next speaker. Is Dr. Ritu Arora ready? Dr. Rohit Om Prakash is, I think, setting up his talk. Dr. Kathy McCabe. I don't see her also. Dr. Kathy's. Okay. So I think we have a recording for Dr. Kathy's talk. If the technical department could just play it for us. Okay. So anyway, when they make their arrangements, I think, Lisa, it'll be our honor and a pleasure to have you talk to us. As always, my mentor, guru, and always there to guide us. Dr. Lisa should be talking on bilateral brown cataract on a mentally challenged man, challenges accepted.
Yes. So first of all, let me just say, let me get this up, and let me just say that it's a pleasure always to work with all of you. And the Sathis have been just amazing. Slideshow from beginning. And now I need to escape in order to be able to zoom in. Sorry, I wasn't quite prepared. All right. So I think I was last originally. Share screen. And I want to share sound. And now let's go to this. Very good. Can you see?
Not yet.
Can you?
Not yet, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So it's a pleasure to talk to you. I will say that I have always cherished my relationship with Dr. Arshinov as well, both as a friend and a mentor in particular. And this is a case done somewhere around 2009 or 10. So you'll see how much I have accepted from him in terms of my ability to take care of patients. And of course, when we have someone who does not have the capacity to let us examine them, here are my financial disclosures, which are not relevant to this talk, in my opinion. When we have someone who can't really relate and can't allow us to take care of them in an awake state, we have to plan something completely different. And particularly where general anesthesia is required to take care of a patient, I think we almost have an obligation. And this is where I started very early with bilateral surgery, despite the fact that in the United States, we're extremely discouraged from doing so, financially speaking. If we're going to have to put someone to sleep for their surgery, then I think we have an obligation to consider if they need the surgery in both eyes to do it. And this was a nonverbal patient who was finally brought in because he couldn't find his food any longer, which means, of course, it's unlikely that if he got posterior opacity of his capsule that he would be brought in at all. He had bilateral black cataracts. We were able to do a finger tension to see that he had no obvious glaucomatous problem and could only glimpse his fundus with an indirect. So we planned an exam under anesthesia with measurements, bilateral, immediate, sequential, a phaco with primary posterior capsulorhexis and posterior optic capture in order to take what could have turned out to be 4 general anesthesias to make it the first. And of course, we used all the dictates of the International Society. As Dr. Arshinov has just explained, I started using intracameral moxifloxacin in every eye according to his directions very, very early on, and did publish one of the articles of safety for the macula in JCRS, and we always do the worst eye first. And so here I've added some of the sound. I describe something that I call bilateral sequential brunescent phaco
We can't see the presentation actually.
with what I call circumferential disassembly. Can you hear?
No, we can't see the presentation actually.
Oh, why didn't somebody tell me this? Okay. It would have been nice to tell me this before, but I've only had picture slides till now. I have shared sound. I see I didn't click the last of the share. That's the problem. So sorry. All right, so let's get back to this. So I'll just, I wish someone had mentioned this a little earlier. I kind of thought that you had it. All right, so let's start just the surgical plan. I don't think you missed anything significant till now in terms of what you had to see, because I've just spoken over my slides. So I'm going to go from current slide, and now we should be able to get going. Okay, is it good? You can see now. So circumferential disassembly is something that I started doing, described in 2006 actually. And my goal is not at all to break through the posterior capsule. And by the way, all I need, because I'm doing a vertical chop and what I call a cross-action chop, which is what you'll see here. You see I'm putting the phaco in, grabbing on, and then I'm pushing almost like a pre-chopper. So that one goes one way and the chopper on the other side goes the other way. And it's not a sharp chopper, it's just a rosy square. And my goal is not at all to go through the posterior plate. In fact, I don't want to. I want only to disassemble this from inside out. The plane of the endonucleus is there, even though we, of course, cannot hydrodelineate it in a mature cataract. We can still find that plane. And so if we burrow in, and you'll hear here that I'm only using ultrasound in burst mode with longitudinal. And the reason for that is I want to just dig in at the proper power, which is usually around 70 to 90%. So this is going to be a little different than what Dr. Fernandez recommended to us, quite a bit different in fact. I do have an Arshinov soft shell in place, meaning that I have put dispersive OVD under the cornea, and then a cohesive OVD to iron that onto the cornea. And then I'm working in a visco-filled environment, always establishing flow for ultrasound. And what I'm doing is I'm just gently going round and round and helping me peel away those interdigitated leathery fibers of the posterior plate. And I'm leaving, my intent is to leave the nucleophide epinucleus in place, both to support zonules and to protect the posterior capsule until the very last moment. Now you're finally seeing some red reflex. I'm going to be lowering my phacoparameters. Now it's not so necessary as we can use more physiologic pressures, and we have so much better protection from surge in our machines. But here I will, you'll see I'll reduce that. And I can now go to a torsional, but up until now, I've only wanted to be longitudinal because I want to go straight in and grab on and then apply my mechanical forces in order to separate things and then always protect the posterior capsule. And you'll see that at the top here, on the left top is the worst eye, and the one on the right was a little less bad. These were done, of course, sequentially, not simultaneously, although I've shown them to you and how reproducible this is, and entirely reproducible. You'll also see that I have just a little over 40 seconds of CBE, and that's about the max I've ever done. And these corneas are just as clear on day one as your 20/50 cataract. You have to be sure to get all of the cortex because it hides out in the periphery and you want these eyes quiet. And now I'm using a 30 gauge bevel up needle to make an opening in the posterior capsule. I'm putting cohesive, just Provis cohesive viscoelastic into burger space in order to separate the anterior hyaloid membrane from the posterior capsule in case they are together, so that I can then create a posterior capsulorhexis. And to me, it's most important what the patient takes away. So I'll never make a bigger capsulorhexis anteriorly than what I would do to cover the edges of the implant. And of course, I wanted a little smaller than the implant, because if I'm going to plan a posterior capsulorhexis, I need to know that I have a backdoor option, and that is to optic capture through the anterior rhexis, whether that's forward optic capture or posterior or the standard from the sulcus. And you can see it's so controllable that I've even enlarged the capsulorhexis here to make it a little nicer, my posterior rhexis. Of course, it's 14 microns for the anterior capsule and about 4 microns for the posterior capsule. So you need, and it's a little more elastic, so you need a little more centripetal force. And it's very controllable once you have the chamber controlled. So now I'm placing a 3-piece lens into the bag, making sure that I've opened the spare tire with the posterior capsule below, the anterior above, and I've placed the entire lens into the bag, and now I've optic captured by pressing and following. You can't just have it pop in like you can with the anterior capsule. More, it's going to have to be pressed on the and walked along to the optic haptic junction because of the thinness of the posterior capsule. And you can see that we've nicely optic captured so that we have our anterior rhexis here that's nice and round, and the posterior rhexis is captured with that cat eye or football look. And if you do this, you will find that you have perfectly clear corneas, that you have control throughout the entire procedure. I think it's very important not to use pulse, because otherwise you're occluding until you actually gain purchase. So you're wasting a ton of ultrasound, and you never are using real torsional anyway in a brunescent lens, because we have intelligent phaco, meaning that torsional, for one thing, you can't gain purchase on a lens with torsional because you're making a bigger tunnel than what you're trying to do. You want to hold on to what you've got in order to separate them. I have many, many details about this, and there are many things that don't fit into a 15-minute lecture. I think I'm more or less at that point. Many little details I have published on this. It's on the video journal, Osher's Video Journal of Cataract and Refractive Surgery. It's in David Chang's textbook of Phaco Chop, and online here and there. And I highly recommend you consider this. It's so reproducible. I could show you a tape if I had time of 20 cases that all look the same, even with zonular problems like a coloboma, small eyes, and it's a labor of love. You are going to go round and round multiple times, but everything happens at the iris planar below. We protect the posterior capsule to the very end. We have the zonules supported and extended by the endonucleus itself. And if we follow these rules and we're careful about removing that hidden cortex in a very sequential manner from subincisional around and then subincisional around, and particularly if we don't have access to a YAG laser for whatever reason for this patient, for example, because he could never be cooperative, then we can achieve the goal of one anesthesia or one patient visit and permanent visual axis clarity for the rest of that patient's life. So I hope that this has been sufficiently clear. These are taken on the table because I could never get one. Otherwise, this was the second eye at the end of the case. This I'm putting some intracameral triescence in because the patient wasn't reliable for getting the eye drops in, not because I have to for any other reason. And so that picture was taken at that moment, and it does delineate the optic capture a little bit better for you in the photo. patients will do beautifully from that. So I hope this has been of use to you, and you will consider circumferential disassembly with cross-action chop for your very dense nuclear patients. And you'll find that you will not be able to distinguish those patients on day one from your California cataracts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lisa. I think these pearls is what we follow also. This assembly, that's the way we do it, very sequentially. And thank you very much for taking us back to the same, way to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Amir there? Can we say hello to him?
I'll see if I can drag him in. He's, I'll see. Yeah, 1 sec. Any questions for me first?
I think it was very well explained. Very well explained.
Amir?
So I think we also move on to, I think, Dr. Ritu Arora, are you ready with your presentation? You have to unmute yourself.
Dr. Ritu Arora, your screenshot is
Yeah,
not
I
very
am
good.
ready, but I have an unstable connection right now. So I request if I can do it after the other speakers.
So we request Dr.
Just
Roy
say hi.
Prakash.
Hi,
Morning.
Amir.
Nice to see you.
Hi. Lovely to see you.
Hi, Amir.
Nice to see you guys.
Thank you.
Good to put her to work so early in the morning.
Make her work harder.
Yes, yes.
Always a pleasure.
So we're going to invite Dr.
Okay, go
Ritu
ahead, Mary.
Arora, and Dr. Ritu is going to tell us about managing the subluxated cataract. Over to you.
Towards advice, since the connection is not stable, Dr. Roy Prakash will speak because he's running late.
Yeah.
Dr. Roy.
Okay.
So Dr. Roy Prakash needs no introduction. He's a good friend of everybody on the screen. And he recently got the grand award in the ESCRS in Vienna.
Always,
And,
huh?
Always. And he's
Yeah.
holding this meeting in Amritsar. And those of you who have not been invited, please take it for you that you are invited.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Arun, for this opportunity in this great conference of yours, which has become, because of COVID, has become a universal phenomenon now, because people from across the world are, talking about it. So I've been asked to speak on optimizing fluidics in challenging case scenarios. Well, we have to realize, the high IOP phacoemulsification, which is being followed by everybody, has quite a few disadvantages because it has wipeout syndrome in advanced glaucoma patients. The procedure is painful when there is a higher baseline IOP and there's a larger anterior chamber depth and greater axial length. Moreover, it has been seen that in patients with lens iris diaphragm retropulsion syndrome, those patients who are myopes and who have vitrectomized eyes, we feel quite a bit of problems intraoperatively in these patients. So next important disadvantage of using high IOP is that there is a compromised anterior segment, which can cause increased Decimet's folds, more anterior segment inflammation, and more edematous corneas. So these are some of the things which we come across in these patients. Another important point which we have to realize is that there's a zonular stress, encountered in these patients. And moreover, it has been seen that even with an intact posterior capsule, at times the anterior vitreous face also gets ruptured. So these are some of the disadvantages which we come across when we use high IOP during our phacoemulsification procedure. Well, the next thing is, if all these are the disadvantages, how do we have a stable chamber with low IOP? Well, the click to the whole story is that, you use, how do we do it? We decrease flow rate corresponding to the IOP. And when we decrease that, we are able to have stable chamber settings with low IOP while doing phacoemulsification. Well, we have to give credit to Bob Osher and to our dear friend, Dr. Abhay Vasavda, who really have been talking about slow motion phacoemulsification even before the advent of active fluidics. Because Dr. Bob Osher started talking about it way back in 1990s. But with the advent of active fluidics, this has got a more, what should I say, advanced approach in patients wherein we have a challenging case scenario. So the next important thing is how do we set up fluidics in low IOP? Well, gravitational fluidics, we can do that by decreasing the bottle height. But we have to realize that these, fluidics have improved over the last so many years. But we have to realize that in gravitational fluidics, it's a reactionary response to, to the fluid, to the chamber settings. Whereas in active fluidics, what happens is whenever there is any fluctuations in the anterior chamber with low IOP, there is actively fluid which is perfused into the anterior chamber, which decreases the reaction time in patients when we are using active fluidics. So I have divided this physiological IOP, the low IOP, into three categories. One is the physiological IOP, when the IOP is between 18 to 22 millimeters. Supraphysiological, when it is between 23 to 34 millimeters of mercury. And sub-IOP, phacoemulsification, when it is done between 35 to 45 millimeters of mercury. The next important, let's see different case scenarios about challenging cases. Well, this is a patient who has had anti-VEGF injection. Now, when this patient had anti-VEGF injection, he had a fast-growing cataract. So you can find that the PC is not intact. So PCR is there and whole nucleus is there. And the patient, what should we do? Should we go in for a posterior approach or should we go in for an anterior approach? Well, if we have to go in for an anterior approach, we know situations wherein when we just start with the phacoemulsification, the nucleus suddenly goes behind. So what is the way out in these situations? The way out in these situations is using low IOP phacoemulsification. You will find in this patient, the IOP which is being used is 34. You can use still lesser IOP in these patients. Now, what has been done is flax has been done in this patient. So one part is done and partial fragmentation has also been done. So in this, and when we have done, we have created a 750 micron offset from the posterior capsule. So that clear offset is there. So that takes care of, which gives a cushion behind. So let's see how this case went around. So now what we do is that you can see as now the sculpting has been done and the IOP has been reduced to 20. Now with this 20 IOP and low fluidics, there is no pushing behind. There is less perfusion of fluid into the anterior chamber. And you can see how it has been taken out. There is a cushion behind. So which will take care, which will protect the posterior capsule also. So without rotating, using low IOP, because with this low IOP, there is no excessive posterior, bowing of the posterior capsule, no vitreous, hydration, no Now, while doing IA, what I have done, you will realize I have, created a situation wherein I have retracted the sleeve. Now, by retracting the sleeve, I have created two planes, one plane of irrigation and one plane of aspiration, so that the vitreous is hydrated less. And with this low IOP, there is least amount of hydration which is being will be there, and you will find now dry aspiration is being done, and the case is completed, which would not have been completed had we not optimized fluidics to our setting. No vitreous in the AC, and the case is completed. This is another situation wherein you will find with this posterior capsule, in this posterior polar cataract, the posterior capsule is already, there's a posterior capsular defect. So in this patient also, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to use physiological or supraphysiological IOP. In this patient with PPC with pre-existing, I'm in a catch-9 situation where I cannot divide or I can chop. So in this, what I'm doing is with this low IOP, I'm creating a situation where I'm doing mechanical dissociation. You mark my words that the IOP is low. The nuclear fragments are floating in the anterior chamber. They are not being pushed behind. Stable chamber settings is being done. And you will find now with visco separation, the epinucleus is being separated from the equatorial adhesions. And at this low IOP, without pushing behind, with the nucleus floating, the last fragment of the epinucleus has been also taken out. And you can find what has happened. The size of the rent has remained the same at the start and at the end of the surgery. This is another situation you will find that while sculpting, the fellow has created a rent in the posterior capsule. So now the IOP has been reduced. It could have been reduced still further to 20, but I continued with 20, 28. You know, the best part about this was that the hydrodissection had already been done. So the nucleus epinucleus mass is already separated. So I'm considering this patient as a patient of posterior polar cataract with a pre-existing defect. So I'm just trying to take out the nucleus epinucleus mass in one go without rotation, with low IOP, with less perfusion of fluid, with less hydration of vitreous, with no pushing back of the nucleus epinucleus mass, and you will find how it has been successfully taken out without any problem whatsoever. Stable chamber settings, now dry aspiration, and you will find that the the rent is the same at the start and at the end of the surgery, and this was only possible by using slow motion phaco and physiological IOP, which was advocated first by Bob and later on by Abhay Vasavda. So this is another position of wherein the patient is on tamsulosin. So in this patient, what I'm going to use is the pupil size is low, adrenaline being injected, irrigation off while going in and while going out. IOP is reduced to 20 and the emulsification is carried out. There is low turbulence, calibrated side port incision, no turbulence in the anterior chamber. The size of the posterior capsule is the same at the start and at the end of the surgery. This is another situation where, when we find that the patients who are high myopes and who have had vitrectomized eyes, we have lens iris diaphragm retropulsion syndrome. So in this is at 2x speed. So you will find there is no posterior bowing, there is no lens iris retropulsion syndrome, and the case can be completed without any problem whatsoever. So this is possible only by using low IOP and trying, and with the case being carried out as a normal case without any problem, without the patient feeling the pain, and without the surgeon coming across problems associated with high myopes. So low IOP has the advantages, but there's a flip, the down flip also, because in patients who have harder cataract and high lens thickness and less anterior chamber depth, the corneal endothelial trauma is there. So in these patients, we can use differential IOP to our advantage, use supraphysiological for sculpting and for chopping, and whereas for sub-high IOP while doing nucleus removal. Thank you very much for your kind attention. So these are some physiological IOP's advantages: posterior polar cataracts, phacopunch, advanced glaucoma, as I've already told, patients with zonulopathy also. So physiological and supraphysiological IOPs can be used in anterior capsular tear. This is another very important fact. Whenever you have an anterior capsular tear, use physiological IOP, slow motion phaco, and the anterior capsular tear doesn't become a wraparound tear. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prakash. As always, like you've taught us the motility sign, and you've also been talking about the fluidics and the low IOP phacoemulsification. I think it's a brilliant thought, and we really need to know our machines well and really explore how, to the benefit of the patient, the results can be produced by that, changing the dynamics of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Yeah. So can I invite Dr. Ritu Arora now for her talk, if you're there, Ritu? Okay. Dr. Shail, are you ready with your presentation?
Absolutely, absolutely, ma'am.
So Dr. Shail is a very prolific surgeon, and we've been to his center in Ahmedabad, and it is lovely to see how he operates. And he's going to be talking about thinking out of the bag, reverse optic capture in special situations. So over to you, Shail.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And special thanks to Vaibhav and Aditya. So this was a 53-year-old male planned for his second eye cataract surgery. Nothing very unusual about the case, a grade 2 cataract. First eye was also done with the femto cataract and a toric IOL. And after the cataract was removed, the placement axis of the IOL was close to the incision site, that is temporal 168 degrees. The cataract was removed uneventfully and a 20 diopter IOL was being placed. Now, this is all in retrospect. When we are using a shooter injector, it's very important to note that the plunger of the injector should not override the optic haptic junction. It should be somewhere here. So here at the moment, the plunger has overridden on the optic, which is making me get some resistance while injecting. But I thought maybe I'll get away with it. I'll be more careful. I'll be more slow in pushing. And I'm getting more and more resistance, and I think I can still manage. And then I had the shoot of the injection. But still, I think I'll be okay. I've been using cohesive viscoelastic in the bag. So there was a shoot, but I thought the cohesive viscoelastic will protect the bag. Now, this is the situation I've ended up with. The single piece toric IOL in the bag, and I've created a posterior capsule rupture, which is where I cannot see the margin up to the equator as well. So there is very little scope for me to even go behind the IOL and try and convert this into a posterior capsular axis. So single piece IOL in the bag with an unstable posterior capsule. The options for me were very limited. One would be to try and bring this IOL out of the bag, explant it, cut it, bring it out, vitrectomy, 3-piece in the sulcus or something of that sort. But that would lead to a lot of manipulation, vitreous disturbance, maybe traction, so on and so forth. So having have had some experience with the conventional optic capture, we thought, why not consider doing the reverse optic capture? So the reverse optic capture is exactly opposite to the conventional capture. Here, what we are trying to do is we are keeping the haptics in the bag. So first, I'm aligning the IOL to 168 degrees, and then keeping the haptic optic junction in the bag, I'm prolapsing the optic above the anterior capsular axis. So it's the single piece IOL, the main cause for irritation is the optic haptic junction. So if the optic haptic junctions are not in the sulcus, the chances of causing uveal irritation glaucoma are far less. And as you can notice here, this dumbbell kind of a sign, this typically means that the capture has occurred. Unlike conventional optic capture, this being a single piece optic design, the optic haptic junction is very broad. So you will have a very broad base here of the optic capture being seen. But fortunately, the IOL remained in the bag. The posterior capsular tear, as you can see, right up to the equator, and the haptics inside behind the anterior capsular axis with the optic above, and the toric IOL was continued. Of course, in the end, you must make sure that with all of your maneuvers, there has been no vitreous disturbance, which fortunately, in this case, there wasn't any vitreous disturbance. And never allow the chamber to shallow and therefore hydrating the wounds before the irrigation is brought out. There is, of course, going to be slightly more chances of some retained viscoelastic behind the IOL, as well as some more inflammation occurring. So therefore, we will be more cautious and more careful in giving maybe topical anti-inflammatory more, including NSAID eye drops, or topical intraocular low pressure lowering drugs in the initial post-operative period. And sometimes we also give mannitol to these patients post-operatively to shrink and dehydrate the vitreous. And this is how the patient looks post-operatively. Naturally, these patients are at a higher chance of developing PCO because the square edge of the optic, which prevents the PCO, is not actually inside the capsular bag, but I think the YAG can easily be handled. And this is the patient now more than 3 years post-operatively. So the patient did very well. There will be a slight myopic shift, which in this eye wasn't really of a great magnitude. And we could continue with our plan A of toric IOL, which we had promised to the patient along with the femtocataract surgery. This is a very interesting second case, a 62-year-old female, right eye cataract surgery done elsewhere, beautiful surgery, absolutely perfect capsular axis, well-centered, single piece intraocular lens in the bag, hydrophobic acrylic, no PCO, and unaided 6/9 vision. But the patient is extremely, extremely bothered by negative dysphotopsia. And she's naturally, the surgeon has done his best to counsel her, buy time. It's now 1.5 years post the first eye surgery. And the patient now has come to us for the second eye cataract surgery. And she literally demands that do whatever you want, but I don't want this negative dysphotopsia to occur in the left eye. So the challenge is, how do we assure that we don't achieve a negative dysphotopsia in the other eye, in spite of the fact that the first eye has been done perfectly? Now, the simplest would be to go ahead and put an IOL in the bag, and the chances are 50% that we may not end up with a negative dysphotopsia. But since this patient was already so concerned about it, we thought we need to do something primarily to make sure that the patient doesn't have any negative dysphotopsia. And there are several articles, several theories for negative dysphotopsia, and it's been shown by this article and several others, this one by Dr. Sam Maskett and his group, that the negative dysphotopsia are either reduced or eliminated or prevented if the optic actually overlies the anterior capsulotomy, which means the safest would be to put a IOL in the sulcus. And of course, you would not put a single piece IOL in the sulcus. So the safest option in this case would be to do a good cataract surgery and put a 3-piece IOL in the sulcus, assuring that there will be no negative dysphotopsia. However, the problem for this patient was that the patient had astigmatism. So the patient had about 2 diopters of corneal astigmatism. So if we go ahead and put just a 3-piece IOL in the sulcus, to try and avoid the negative dysphotopsia, she is going to be left behind with significant astigmatism, which will mar her distance unaided quality of vision. And then I think she'll forget all about the negative dysphotopsia and worry about the poor vision that she has in this eye. So the other option to consider to reduce negative dysphotopsia is to do probably a reverse optic capture, where you put the haptics in the bag and optic above the capsule. Again, would be more ideally suited for a 3-piece IOL design. But since this patient had significant astigmatism, we had to consider a toric monofocal IOL, which unfortunately comes only in the single-piece design. So we again recounseled the patient. We reassured her that her surgery, the first eye surgery, is beautiful, and it's just it's a feeling or it's a symptom that nobody can, it happens only after the perfect cataract surgery. We'll try our best that it doesn't occur in the second eye, but there are no guarantees. And our plan was to do a hydrophobic acrylic toric IOL in the bag, with then doing a reverse optic capture, which means popping the optic above the anterior capsular axis. The most important step if we want to do a reverse optic capture is to have an adequately sized anterior capsular axis. So you don't, if the anterior capsular axis ends up being very large, the optic capture will not stay or will not be achieved. So therefore, we did a centered but a relatively smallish anterior capsular axis so that we have sufficient rim to reverse capture the IOL. And after the cataract was removed, first we are injecting the IOL inside the capsular bag. And that is the entire optic haptic junction along with the optics inside the capsular bag. And then what we typically do is to remove the viscoelastic from behind the IOL, because once you reverse optic capture it, that viscoelastic will be locked there. So we have removed the viscoelastic from behind the IOL. We are aligning the IOL to its intended axis with the Varion digital overlay, which I can see through my microscope. And then I have just injected viscoelastic above the IOL, not behind. And then I'm trying to pop up this optic above the anterior capsular axis rim. And you can realize it is not the most easiest procedure to do, particularly with a single piece design. I thought I did it once here and got the other one out, and this one came off. So I'm having to redo or re-bring out this optic from this side. And after a lot of struggle, I could finally achieve a good reverse optic capture and maintaining the IOL in the desired axis. Of course, here the posterior capsule was intact, so there was no need to inject triamcinolone to look for it. And this is how the patient looked at the end of surgery. This is the anterior segment OCT showing the fused rexus margins, the anterior and the posterior capsular axis. The optic is definitely closer to the iris, but it's only the optic part and therefore not likely to cause significant UGH syndrome. Monitor these patients, very important, not only peripheral evaluation, but for macular thickness, because they are at a higher chance of developing cystoid macular edema. And the patient is doing well, 6 months now, more than a year follow-up. As you can see, PCO has already started to develop, and such patients are likely to require YAG much more earlier. So I think reverse optic capture, first of all, of a single piece IOL is possible. It is difficult, but it is possible. It will require more post-operative anti-inflammatory and IOP reducing medicines. And I think it's an important tool to keep in a surgeon's armamentarium for certain of these special situations. So thank you so much once again for the opportunity and the patient listening.
So Dr. Shell, what happened with the other eye? The patient did complain of dysphotopsy in that or not?
Yeah. So,
did they compare the other eyes? Both the eyes?
So the eye with the reverse optic capture, she was very fine, except for the fact that we needed to do a YAG early, which we had counseled her preoperatively. She still complains of negative dysphotopsia for the left eye. We have avoided doing anything for that because it's more than a year and a half old surgery. So attempting a reverse optic capture with a fused hydrophobic would be difficult. I know now there are certain devices and certain techniques like placing, say, a sulcoflex or a negative dysphotopsia ring, which has been designed by our very own Dr. Prakhyat Roop and supplied by the CARE group, which can be put in the sulcus to, eliminate negative dysphotopsia. So I think that's an option to keep in mind for the other eye now.
What is Dr. Rohit Prakash's opinion about this?
I think we have to realize that Shell has come out, as always, with an excellent presentation.
Outcome.
Yeah, you know what, the most important thing which has everybody must know also is that you have to use the rule of 9. Because when you are doing reverse optic capture, if it is till 9 diopters, power is 9, you don't change, then 0.5 if it is till 18. So that, I think, because of paucity of time, he didn't explain that the change in the power, which he must have done. And but I can tell you that it looked so simple in his hands. But when I first did this reverse optic capture, it was difficult. It was not that easy. Because, at times, if the capsulexis sizing is more, you really cannot do it. It has to be small enough, 4.5 to 4.8, for that to be done. And anterior, Dr. Shal, did you do YAG laser anterior capsulotomy also in the left eye so that,
no, sir, actually, we didn't do anything for the other eye. Because we first wanted to secure, let's see what happens to one eye before we think of doing the other eye. And actually the other eye was done so nicely by one of our ex-fellows. So we didn't want to sort of put in that feeling in the mind of the patient that something could have been done differently or something can be done for this. So we kind of continued the feeling that it's a perfect surgery and it's just a feeling that, we have to get used to it.
At times, we say that, the latest in India, you see the stars, they are using those thick frames.
Correct.
So we do tell the patients, wear thick frames. And most of the negative dysphotopsias, they go with that. Because thick frames also help you reduce the negative dysphotopsia in some patients.
Absolutely.
Lisa, what is your opinion about this?
Thank you. I just wanted to add, beautiful presentation as always. I wanted to add that Howard Gimbel just recently published 3 years ago haptic tuck technique, which should you have a break in the bag pre-existing, you're putting the lens in, and you did just the right thing, in my opinion, about forward capturing once you had that break in the bag, but so your lens was already in the bag. But if you have the break before you put it in the bag, you put the lens in the sulcus and then just tuck the haptics in. And he just recently described that. Also, I wonder, if you had the option, all Alcon lenses, of course, have a square anterior edge, whereas some of the other manufacturers have the Opti edge is, I think, J&J, and it has a round anterior edge. So I think if you're planning to do a reverse capture, it might make sense, to potentially consider doing the Opti edge, which is round anterior and only square posterior for the sake of the PCC. Just one other comment, but beautifully done and beautifully thought of. And the problem is that wide optic haptic junction. And actually, we don't have a 90-degree optic haptic junction in the US, which is a shame. Your other option, of course, was to do an AK for 1.5 diopters, would have been okay, and then put a standard lens in the bag. But I think you handled it beautifully, and I just wanted to add that little touch.
Very, very well done. So let's can we invite Dr. Ritu Arora, or I think Dr. Ritu, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
I have a bit of an unstable connection still. If there are any other speakers, then
Yeah. I think
take them ahead of me.
I think we can have the talk by Dr. Kathy McCabe. And if Dr. Mahipal is there. Okay, we have the talk by Dr. Kathy. That's perfect.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kathleen McCabe, and I'm delighted to present this talk on scleral fixation tips and techniques for the Pan Ophthalmologica meeting of 2023. These are my financial disclosures. None of them are relevant to this talk. Methods of scleral fixation have challenges. Small gauge, like 9-0-proline suture, can have a risk of suture failure over time and the risk of erosion of knots through conjunctiva. IOL exchanges, in the case of a bag lens dislocation, will often require an anterior vitrectomy and risk damage to structures within the eye and require a second IOL, sometimes replacing a premium IOL. Intrascleral haptic fixation, like the Yamani technique shown here, may also need a different lens design than originally intended and can be more technically demanding. This case illustrates a scleral fixation technique with proline suture in the case of a traumatic zonular dialysis that's significant. You can see on the OCT image from the femtosecond laser in the middle that there's a large gap between the iris and the anterior capsule of the cataract on the left, and they're nearly touching on the right, something I'm showing there in the video on the right. So you can also see that there's a scalloped margin of the cataract with a gap between it and the edge of the iris in the pupil. So this is a case of significant zonulopathy, and I'm going to treat it by placing a capsular retention segment that will be anchored by 5-0-proline suture pre-placed through the eyelet with a large flange made. And I've marked 2 millimeters posterior to the limbus in the area of maximal zonulopathy. You can see just how unstable this lens is as I remove the capsule, and I've placed a bent 27 gauge needle in the sulcus through conjunctiva and sclera 2 millimeters posterior to the limbus, and now with intraocular microforceps, I've loaded that 5-0-proline into the lumen of the needle, and I'm placing the CTS in the capsular bag in that area of zonulopathy very carefully with microforceps. And I'm going to use the polypropylene suture by cinching it up a little bit as a method of supporting the cataract during phacoemulsification, and then finally as the solution to support an intraocular lens. I've placed 2 capsular hooks just to be sure I'm not causing additional zonulopathy, and I'll use copious amounts of dispersive viscoelastic to reinflate the capsular bag so it doesn't get caught up in the phaco or INA. Here I'm using a technique of placing a Sinskey hook into the leading eyelet as I introduce a CTR, capsular retention ring, into the capsular bag in the fornix very gently in a way that's atraumatic by having an assistant advance the plunger as I carefully manipulate where those ends will fall. Now I'm placing a single piece hydrophilic acrylic IOL in the capsular bag. I've already removed one of the capsule hooks, and then I'll remove the other. I kind of like putting this 4 closed loop haptic large IOL into the capsular bag to provide additional stability and as a possible rescue to place a suture in the future should it dislocate. And of course I'll check to be sure there's no vitreous in the anterior chamber, and you could see that I was removing little wisps of vitreous with vitrectomy there towards the end of the surgery. So surgical pearls for this case are size and centration of the anterior capsulotomy is important. You want to use capsule hook segments in a CTR in these cases of significant zonulopathy. You might need to place a 3-piece lens in the sulcus with optic capture once a CTR is placed into the capsular bag. That's another way of long-term stability with a severe zonulopathy. You want to minimize manipulation that will cause further damage to zonules, such as sculpting and rotation, and use careful hydrodelineation again so that you're minimizing those stresses and shearing forces on the zonules. Low flow phaco settings are preferred, with frequent and liberal use of a dispersive viscoelastic to inflate the capsule fornix. And intraocular triamcinolone can be used to check for vitreous strands, which were present in this case, and then a vitrectomy was performed. And at the end, intracameral antibiotics and perhaps additional depo-steroid is also helpful. Another way of approaching a significant zonulopathy is to suture in a capsular retention segment after removal of the cataract. Here you can see Gore-Tex sutures being used, which is great because it has long-term longevity of strength and is less likely to break. However, a peritomy is necessary in most cases without a Hoffman pocket. It's important to create a small knot that can be buried within a sclerotomy if this technique here is used. Another clever variation on this has been developed by Dr. Chi from Singapore. Here she has a very severe zonulopathy requiring a two-handed microforceps technique to create the capsulotomy. And then she'll use an innovation where she preloads Gore-Tex suture into a needle, and can be a 30 gauge needle, and that is introduced into the sulcus, and the loop that's produced in that preloaded Gore-Tex suture is used as a method of externalizing Gore-Tex suture placed through the eyelet so that no sclerotomy is needed, and that can retain a very small perforation through the sclera that can be retrieved through a Hoffman pocket without the need for a peritomy. So this loop technique with pre-placed Gore-Tex, here you can see she's expanding the loop, placing an end of the Gore-Tex through the loop and withdrawing it. The second pass, again expanding the loop, taking the other half of the Gore-Tex suture and externalizing that, and then repeating the same thing 180 degrees away with another capsular retention segment to really fixate this lens. And knots are being tied, and then they'll be placed into the Hoffman pocket, so no peritomy was needed here either. So I'd like to share with you a belt loop technique, and what we're doing here is fixating an in the bag IOL bag complex. I'm going to preload 5-O-proline suture into the lumen of a 27 gauge needle, and this allows me to introduce the needle through conjunctiva and sclera behind the bag IOL complex. I'm using a microforceps to help pierce the capsular bag in between the haptic and the optic. You can see there's a bit of some ring cataract here as well. And in these cases, I think that's a good thing to add stability and substance so that the suture, the belt loop, doesn't move horizontally along the axis of the haptic. And I've advanced the polypropylene suture into the interchamber, grasping it with a microforceps, withdrawing the needle, and I'll make a flange at the end of that polypropylene suture, now placing a second needle anterior to the first, about a 0.5 millimeter, and now anterior to the bag IOL complex, placing this time through the paracentesis so I can load that externally with the other end of the previously placed 5-O-proline suture. And then I can trim that as well, create a flange, leave this a little bit long so that I can address the other side 180 degrees away if a belt loop is needed, and then making small flanges that are buried into superficial sclera. And this is another means of dealing with a dislocated in the bag IOL complex with buttons or flanges. The belt loop technique requires 5-O or 6-O proline, an appropriately sized needle, so 27 gauge for 5-O proline or a 30 gauge TSK thin-walled needle for 6-O proline, low temperature handheld cautery to create that small flange, and intraocular forceps, which are helpful in loading and actually helpful also in placing the needle through the capsular bag. It's appropriate for any type of IOL design: single piece acrylic, hydrophobic or hydrophilic, 3-piece IOLs, multifocals, extended depth of focus lenses, toric lenses, and can be used with or without a CTR. in many cases allows the original lens to be retained and avoids the need for vitrectomy and all the complications that can go with that. And you can see here, this was a multifocal lens, which was retained after dislocation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kathy. We'll now move on to our next speaker, that none other than Dr. Johan Kruger, all the way down from Cape Town, South Africa. It's always nice to have such good teachers from across the globe. Dr. Kruger, please.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Please share your slides, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm just looking for them now, just a minute.
They may be in your pockets.
You see my slides?
Not yet.
The screen share.
I don't know why it's not sharing. Okay, let me see.
Why don't you refresh it and then do it? In the meantime, we can ask Dr. Sipal or Dr. Oksana, your recordings are ready. Mr. Kushagar, can you start the recordings? Then we can take Dr. Johan Kruger and then Dr. Ritu Arora.
We are very fine if you would like to share our presentations right now. We are very fine with that. Thanks a lot.
So go ahead. Yes.
Go ahead. While Dr. Kruger is organizing his slides, Dr. Simon Schultz and Dr. Oksana will now be presenting the world-famous presentations on the work on IOL calculations and how they do it in Germany.
Thank you very much for inviting us again. And please run the video as we prepared it as usually. Both of us were speaking and we send you the video, and please share the video that you can listen to both of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kindly play the video, technical team.
Don't you find it?
Just a minute, technical.
All good.
Dr. Kruger, have you been able to get your screen sharing done?
Just send you the link to download the video file if you like to. For your technical team. Oh, that's the other one.
Ma'am, this is your video?
Yeah.
May I start, ma'am, from my side?
Yes, please. Hello, and thank you very much for your interest in our topic.
By our lecture, we would like to give you a little piece of historical background on myopia.
This is especially relevant in our times of rising numbers of myopic patients and with a scientific focus on myopia management.
Why is Northern Germany mostly Protestant, while Southern Germany predominantly Catholic? Was it because the Protestant King of Sweden, Gustav II Adolf, was unable to continue his triumphant march to the south during the 30 Years' War? And What has all this to do with a pair of glasses?
Because of the change from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar, the events in the biography of Gustav II Adolf are often listed at two different times. There's a difference of 10 days between the two calendars. According to the Gregorian calendar, 19 December 1594 is his birthday. The date of his death is 16 November 1632.
Gustav II Adolf, also known as Gustavus Adolphus, was a child prodigy. At the age of 8, he participated in meetings of the Senate. At age 15, he gave his first speech from the throne, and at the age of 17, he was king of Sweden. He grew up bilingual, Swedish and German, and enjoyed a thorough education.
Axel Oxenstierna, 28 years old, became his chancellor. Together they carried out reforms that finally brought Sweden to great power status. Oxenstierna is widely considered as one of the most influential people in Swedish history.
In 1621, Gustav II Adolf started the war against the Polish king Sigismund III. He claimed the Swedish throne after Gustav II Adolf tried to expel Sigismund's Catholic followers from the country. After many battles, especially on Polish territory, a truce was mediated by Cardinal Richelieu. Under the conditions of the truce, Livonia and Polish Prussia became Swedish territory.
In 1630, during the 30 Years' War, the victories of the empire threatened Swedish possessions. For that, as well as for religious reasons, Gustav II Adolf rode into battle.
He landed on Usedom in Pomerania. Supported by the Netherlands and France, and tentatively by the Protestant imperialist states, he was able to expand his supremacy by victories over Tilly and Wallenstein, and ensuring that North Germany remained Protestant.
After the Battle of Breitenfeld, he turned westward against the advice of his chancellor Oxenstierna, and finally to southern Germany, where he was forced to retreat from Wallenstein.
Gustav II Adolf died in the Battle of Lutzen on 16 November 1632. He was considered a courageous, innovative warlord and a reformer. He introduced uniforms, rank insignia, and conscription. He was idolized as a hero and the savior of German Protestantism.
However, Gustav II Adolf had a problem. He was short-sighted. There are no written records about the intensity of his short-sightedness available, maybe because of no adequate measurement methods were available at that time.
However, it can be assumed that his myopia affected him significantly. Passages in contemporary literature state, quote, "Over the years his head was held in a forward-leaning posture, and his myopic blue eyes squinted," end quote. And this seems to confirm the assumption.
At the Battle of Lutzen, 16 November 1632, his refractive error was probably the decisive factor in the defeat of the Swedish army. In the dense fog and smoke from the burning city, Gustav II Adolf raced ahead of his army.
He lost contact with his troops, found himself in heavy combat among the enemy cavalry, and was shot at close range. When the battle ended indecisively in the evening, about 3,000 men had been killed on each side.
Gustav II Adolf was a devout Protestant, a clever politician, and a far-sighted reformer. It is possible that more people today would be speaking Swedish if the Lion of the North, as Gustav II Adolf was called due to his red hair, had not been a victim of his myopia, his short-sightedness.
If you might like to read more about Gustav II Adolf, here are our recommendations.
Vielen Dank und bis bald.
Дуже дякую і до побачення.
Thank you so much. And
Thank you very much for playing the first video. And we submitted another video on the errors on biometry.
And it would be lovely if you please could present this video as well.
Mr. Kushagar of the technical team will play the video now.
Okay.
Ma'am, may I start second video also?
Yes, please. Very fine. Hello, and thank you very much for your interest in our topic. Today, we would like to introduce you quickly to the major errors in biometry and IOL power calculation.
Добрий день. As well, we would like to show you some ideas which might help you in your daily life.
One essential, unneglectable rule, which is true for all our daily life, is Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Please do not expect anything different when discussing biometry or IOL power calculation. There are many options, and some are even pre-programmed.
As just mentioned, the data of the pseudophakic eye will not be available at the time of IOL calculation. So we use several simplifications and models. I love Jerk Box quote, as it is so true, particularly in regards to IOL calculation and the models used in ophthalmology. Essentially, all models are wrong, but some are useful.
For an IOL, biometry and IOL power calculation seems to be like living in a shark tank. The poor IOL might be attacked by various errors in biometry and IOL power calculation. Let's try to check out some options how we can save the IOL from the major shark attacks.
And regarding IOL power calculation formula, the 10 million greener question would be, which formula is the best? As mentioned before regarding IOL formula in general, one does not fill all. There are numerous formulas available today, published and unpublished. It is easy with standard eyes, standard eye lengths. Most of the formula work very well. The issue are always the eyes which are out of the norm, the short and the long eyes. So what we did, recently a lot of articles have been published discussing IOL formula, and they use for which eye, which one might be the best. We checked the latest literature, trying to keep bias out of our choice, which surely is impossible, you will see. And we focused on those, of course, biased, to us most impressive articles. Here you see our selection. Be sure there are many, many more. These are the most interesting ones, at least for us. In general, Kane and Barrett Universal Second I recommend very often. According to our experience, Barrett Second works very well for long eyes, Kane for short eyes. And there has just been another formula published. Please have a look at the last publication on my slide, the one by Wendelstein. This article talks about a very young formula, the Castor formula. At least to our knowledge, the Castor formula is the youngest IOL power calculation formula.
Wendelstein concludes, in their study about short eyes, Pearl DGS, Oculix, Kane or Castro formulae showed the lowest mean absolute prediction error.
And there is another publication reporting about this formula which proves that the Castor formula shows superiority to SRKT, Hofer-Q, Holiday 1 or Haggis.
Very important for modern and flexible IOL power calculation, the Castro formula offers both options. Calculating the IOL power by using the simplifications of a thin lens model or using the real-world data of a thick cornea. The prerequisite is the use of current measurement techniques which precisely measure all distances of the eye. So now, what is really the uniqueness of the Castro formula? First, let's have a look at the basic formulae.
This would be the basic formula. The first, considering the cornea as a thin lens, where we need only one value for the corneal power. The second, regard the cornea as a thick lens, which means we need data of the anterior and posterior power of the cornea, as well as the central corneal thickness.
So what is different? What is new with the Kastrup formula? It is a published formula, which means full transparency of the mode of action of the formula. On this slide, you see all the numerous parameters the Kastrup formula is taking into account.
Let's have a look at the calculation concept. We assume that IOL will be located in the capsular bag. The Kastrup formula uses real historic measurement data for predicting the IOL position regressively. It's a paraxial Bergson formula based on a pseudophakic model eye with 4 refractive toric surfaces and using 3 formula constants, C, H, and R, to allow for a more flexible adaptation of the formula to a specific IOL geometry.
The ELP puts the central corneal thickness, the aqueous depth, and the lens thickness into relation. It is the distance between the anterior corneal surface to the plane of the IOL, which is taken from the pre-op anterior chamber depth, the thickness of the crystalline lens, and constants H and C. Latter refers to the anterior portion of the thickness of the crystalline lens.
Here you see the Kastrup formula set up for IOL power calculation, highlighting the part of the ALP. As well, you see the way all the parameters the Kastrup formula takes into account for IOL calculation.
In cases where measurements of the posterior corneal radii or central corneal thickness are not available or might not be reliable, the respective data can be derived from a schematic model eye maintaining a fixed ratio of corneal front to back surface curvature.
Let's check out which role IOL constants play in our shark tank. Lens constants characterize the lens material properties and are used to adjust an IOL calculation formula to a specific IOL and all its properties. In theory, these constants are considered to be constant throughout the whole diopter range for a specific IOL, which is not really realistic to us. Using wrong or non-optimized IOL constant may lead to surely negative refractive surprises. Current and optimized IOL constants can be found at the web-based database IOLCon.
So what is IOLCon? Let's have a short look into the past. ULIP was the first database of optimized IOL constants of its time, and it set a milestone. From today's perspective, it no longer meets modern requirements. To meet those modern standards, Professor Langenbucher developed Heige's ideas of an internet database of IOL constants further. In 2017, Langenbucher established and launched the utmost modern database for IOL constants, which is IOLCon. By now, IOLCon has established itself as a reliable, worldwide available source for optimized and also individually optimized IOL constants. With IOLCon, a modern biometry database is in place now. It is independent of specific devices, IOL manufacturers, or surgeons. The data in IOLCon is generated by 2 user groups, by the IOL manufacturers and the ophthalmic surgeons. IOLCon offers easy download and upload functions of information on biometry, the implanted IOL, including its post-op refraction, which is needed for optimizing the constants.
Here's a short overview of the general features IOLCon is offering. It provides an up-to-date overview of available IOLs with all relevant technical, geometric, and material characteristics. IOLCon service is free of charge for ophthalmic surgeons. Registered users who upload their post-op refractive results on IOLCon will receive their own individually optimized constants as well for free. Globally optimized constants are based on community data and are available without registration. IOLCON uses color coding to describe the quality of the optimized constant based on the number of clinical results used for that specific optimization. The search options of the database can easily be used in a variety of ways.
Please let's have a short look at the different search options IOLCON offers. You can select for technical, geometric, material characteristics, or for manufacturers, for the haptic design, as well for the ethnic background of the patients, and for many more.
Let's have a closer look at those IOL constants optimized by IOLCON, which you will see on the right side of the web page. IOLCON uses color coding to describe the quality of the optimized constant based on the number of clinical results used for that specific optimization. As well, IOLCON presents information regarding data of toric IOLs, either if it's shown as refractive power as sphere or as refractive power as spherical equivalent.
The method used by IOLCON optimizing constants is characterized as an intelligent IOL constant optimization, which uses, for example, statistical methods taking the measuring accuracy of the measuring instruments, like the biometer, into account. Another nice feature IOLCON offers is called mouse over or tooltip. When you touch a specific optimization with your cursor, the square, a new window will pop up showing the details of that specific optimization. Optimizations of constants for the following published formulae can be found on IOLCON's website for Heigis, Hoffer Q, Holiday 1, Asakati, and also for the Young Castor formula.
To benefit best of IOLCON's features to receive your own personalized IOL constants, please register, which is really easy. Just click on the contact button.
Following that, you will see this page. Here, please fill in your name, email address, click Register as new user, and then just send the form.
Registered users can upload their refractive results either by using the option of an Excel spreadsheet or by an XML template. Following that, they will receive their own personalized, optimized IOL constants for free.
IOLCON's benefits for surgeons are quite clear. IOLCON offers much more than only a simple static table. It's a global, interactive, most up-to-date, most modern internet platform that provides ophthalmic surgeons with a documentation of all IOL characteristics, constants, and also optimized constants, and which are updated constantly. By implementing IOLCON, a biometry database is available already today, which will also meet the future demands of an ongoing developing ophthalmic surgery.
Based on the Castor formula you were introduced before, IOLCON offers its lens power calculation module, which is an online tool to support selecting the correct IOL power, as well at no cost.
You'll get access to the LPCM on IOLCON's website. There's a specific button bottom left.
This is how this online calculation tool looks like. As you prefer, you can either use the option of the thin lens simplification or the real-world calculation of thick lenses. The prerequisite in this is the use of current measurement techniques, which precisely measure all distances of the eye. With this data, in combination with modern formulas such as Castor formula, even eyes which are outside the norm can be calculated more reliable compared to using classic formula.
For further information, lately an article has been published covering the details of IOLCON in the peer-reviewed journal Klinische Monatsblätter für Augenheilkunde, luckily in English language. It can be downloaded via the journal's homepage at Thieme Publishers. Or connect with IOLCON via LinkedIn. There we share our latest updates.
Optical biometry is the gold standard diagnostic tool in cataract surgery today. It provides reliable data for reliable IOL power calculation. Please take your time, check for consistency or contradictions, and please use personal optimized IOL constants.
If you would like to know more about latest aspects of modern cataract surgery, we would like to recommend you this excellent book by Christopher Liu and Ahmed Chalabi. And if you would like to know more about biometry, I would like to recommend you reading page 87 to 140 of this book. As well, there's an open access article available which covers most of the aspects of our lecture today. You will find it either online or via my account at ResearchGate. Vielen Dank und herzliche Grüße. Bis bald.
Thank you very much for your lovely talk. It'll be very, very illustrative, very well done. We now move on. We have some very good speakers remaining with us, Dr. Ritu Arora and Dr. Johan Kruger. So Dr. Johan Kruger, are you ready? I would like to wait. Dr. Johan Kruger.
Okay, I'm trying again.
Just have to put share screen.
Can you see my?
No, we can only see you. So Dr. Ritu Arora is ready. Dr. Aarti Nangia, are you ready?
I'm ready, Dr. Sethi.
So let Dr. Ritu Arora start. Welcome to Dr. Ritu Arora. Dr. Ritu needs no introduction. She's a very eminent ophthalmologist in Delhi. And we're all looking forward to her presentation on Pan Ophthalmologica 2023. Welcome aboard, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. At the outset, I'd like to thank Dr. Reena Sethi and Dr. Arun Sethi for this opportunity. And I hope I'm audible, Dr. Sethi. My screen is visible?
Yeah, very clear.
Yeah, perfect.
Very audible.
Perfect.
Thank you. So today I'll be talking a little bit on the management of subluxated lenses, the anterior versus the posterior approach, which one to choose and when. And as we know, these cases are really very challenging. And we do see them, unfortunately, sometimes at young age also. So we need to look into the causes, do a thorough clinical evaluation, plan the intervention, and then I'll be sharing a few clinical cases in the end. So as we know, the causes can be congenital or developmental cases, and many of these cases are associated with some syndrome or the other, like Marfan's, Weil-Marcesani, homocystinuria. The list is pretty long, and one needs to evaluate these patients to see whether they fit into any of these developmental abnormalities. The other causes can also be traumatic or even iatrogenic. While we are doing a phaco surgery, we may inadvertently lead to a zonular dialysis. And sometimes it can be associated with ocular morbidities. Like in India, we have a lot of cases of pseudoexfoliation. Many of our patients, especially during the COVID times, they come late for surgery, especially when they are in rural areas, and they can be associated with hypermature cataracts. Again, high myopia and retinitis pigmentosa are also other causes which can be associated with zonular instability. So looking into the cause will help us to plan out a proper treatment. Now, we need to evaluate these cases very thoroughly and take a proper history, because many a time these patients don't come out directly with a history of trauma. So we must ask them. Ask for a family history, whether there are any other metabolic or systemic associations. We need to at times send the patient for a thorough systemic examination, get a cardiovascular evaluation done. And our ocular examination, we must rule out all the causes that I've written, enumerated, pseudoexfoliation, RP trauma, etc. Also look for any, subtle signs like angle recession, any iris damage, any corneal opacity, which could be indicating a previous trauma. Check the IOP, look for the endothelial cell count, and a very, detailed evaluation of the posterior segment to look for any retinal tear, dialysis, or any macule, etc., which could indicate some previous pathology. Now, in the ocular examination, we need to see the extent of subluxation. We need to see what is the kind of zonules, whether they are developmentally weak or whether there is any lack of zonules in a particular area. Look for the kind of lens, whether there's associated spherophakia, is it a very soft, mature, hard lens? And especially the anterior capsule needs to be evaluated, because getting a proper capsular rhexis in such cases is usually very challenging. So we also need to document whether there's presence of any vitreous in the anterior chamber, because that again would, affect our management. So once we've done a thorough examination and we've documented what is the degree of lens subluxation, accordingly, we would, see whether it is a mild subluxation, which is less than 3 clock hours. Is it a moderate 3 to 6 clock hours, or if it is severe where it's more than 6 clock hours? In each of these cases, our management would have to be tailored to it. So especially for the zonules, one must look under higher magnification and look, is it just a focal localized injury, or is it a global weakness like Marfan's or pseudoexfoliation, or again, a progressive zonulopathy? Because each of these conditions, depending on whether it is a progressive zonulopathy, then your management protocol would change. And also, what is the status of the remaining zonules? So once we've done a proper examination, we can plan out our treatment. Now, in mild cases of subluxation, I prefer going for an anterior approach, especially where you have a localized zonulopathy. Even a regular phaco, a careful regular phaco with low parameters, and putting in capsule hooks to support the capsule, and one can put in a 3-piece IOL. But in cases where you're dealing with a progressive zonulopathy, like pseudoexfoliation, which we know that some years down the line, the zonules are going to become further weak. In such cases, we need to handle them along with a CTR, maybe with a CTS and a single-piece IOL in the bag. Especially in young patients, we'd have to consider suturing the CTS, because as we know, we need a long-term support. Now, in cases with modular subluxation, again, an anterior approach can work very well. But here we need to combine the CTR along with the CTS, maybe use a Sioni ring, and the IOL can be either in the bag, or you may want to consider an optic capture. But in severe cases where you have more than 50% loss of zonules, there a posterior approach would be better, where you go in for a lensectomy and then you decide what kind of rehabilitation you want. Whether the patient can handle contact lenses. If it's a small baby where you do not want to put an IOL straight away, you may just do a lensectomy and plan for contact lenses. Or whether the patient can handle whether the endothelial count is good enough for putting an AC IOL or doing an iris fixation IOL. Of course, the treatment of choice nowadays would be a scleral fixated IOL, which could be either a sutured IOL, a glued IOL, or by doing an SFIOL with a Yamana's technique. We also have a very new kind of IOL available in India now, which is called the MTech IOL, and which has 2 loops, and that can be very easily fixated to the sclera. So these are some of the things that we must always have in our OT to handle such cases. And again, the capsular support devices, some of these are available with us in India, some are not available, but these should always be, some or the other capsular support device should be there in your OT at all times. Now, rhexis is always the key to such cases. It's very challenging because of the zonule being compromised and you hardly have any counter traction. And the initial puncture itself can be very difficult, which you could do with a cystotome, but preferably with an MVR blade. And capsular staining is always very helpful, but one must, paint the capsule very carefully, because you do not want the trypan blue to, leak into the vitreous, and that would affect your glow. The rhexis should always be centered on the lens, not on the pupil. And one must always do a slightly smaller rhexis and leave at least 2 millimeters from the equator. So we must initiate the rhexis in the area of weak zonules and then move on from there. So if you have access to a femtosecond laser, which not all of us do over here, then that is really very helpful. One can also use a new technique, which is the Zepto or the capsular laser. And all these really make your life easier rather than doing a manual rhexis. So when we come to the phacoemulsification, we must make sure that we do a very adequate, good and gentle hydrodissection. And in young patients, since the lenses are very soft, just the phacoaspiration or the irrigation aspiration alone can be good enough. But we must keep replenishing the capsules with dispersive OVD at all times to make sure that we don't inadvertently suck on the rhexis margin. And if there is any vitreous, then at that time, one may need to plug the vitreous with the good copious amount of OVD. I'll be showing a few cases later on. And it's always a good idea to do a slow phaco where you do a low vacuum, low aspiration, and low bottle height. Keeping all these parameters in mind, one can complete the phaco with safety. And again, irrigation aspiration, stripping the cortex is very important because this is the point at which we can maybe worsen the dialysis if we are not careful. So CTR can be used to stabilize and keep the bag expanded at all times. As we've been taught that the CTR should be inserted as late as you can, but as early as you must, keeping in mind the amount of zonular dialysis, whether you can manage to remove the nucleus safely and then place the CTR, that is, of course, the best position. But many a times, the zonules are so weak that you have to insert the CTR even before you disassemble the nucleus. So the lens choice would again depend on how is the intactness of the rhexis, the bag centration, and the kind of subluxation. Both 3-piece and single-piece IOLs can be used. Toric lenses can be used only if the dialysis is small and the zonulopathy is not progressive, but multifocal IOLs are preferably avoided in such cases. And of course, if you have a PC tear or, subluxation is a lot, then you have to go in for a scleral fixated IOL. So vitreous should be managed. And if it's just a small amount of vitreous, then you can plug it and do the vitrectomy later in the end using the assistance of triamcinolone. But if there is a lot of vitreous in the anterior chamber, it's better to take the help of your retina colleague or do a pars plana vitrectomy and remove the vitreous so that you can do a safe phacoemulsification. So I'll just be showing 2-3 short cases. This is a case of spherophakia of a 10-year-old. And she had presented to me with bilateral spherophakia. And as you can see, the lens is small. You can see the typical equator all throughout. The zonules in this patient were luckily quite stable. So I had planned to do just a simple phaco. And here you can see how I'm trying to puncture the anterior lens capsule. It's very difficult. After raising a small flap, I do decide to shift into using the forceps, which gives you a better hold. And one can complete the rhexis. Here I'm just marking my rhexis just to get an idea of the size of rhexis that I want to do. And so then using the forceps, the microforceps, one carefully and slowly, gently makes a adequate size rhexis. These lenses, as we know, are already very small in size. And we do not have small size lenses, unfortunately. We are using the standard size lenses. So although the surgery itself is not very challenging, but placing the lens at times can get a bit challenging. So here I have completed my rhexis. And after that, one does a gentle hydrodissection. A multi-quad, small amounts of fluid are injected in various quadrants so that you can easily strip off the cortex, and the lens literally comes with your phacoaspiration itself. So as you can see, it's an extremely soft lens, just comes easily with the aspiration. And one can go in for a bimanual, or I prefer coaxial, but at times where you're not able to reach, you can switch to bimanual. So here I've switched to bimanual to remove the remaining cortex. And one has to be very gentle and careful because you definitely do not want to worsen the zonulopathy. And after expanding the bag with a good amount of viscoelastic, one can put in a 3-piece lens. I find 3-piece lenses are helpful in such cases as they help to expand the bag. And here you can get a well-centered IOL. So the second case that I'm sharing with you is of a moderate subluxation, traumatic cataract with the 5 o'clock dialysis. And here we had used a Zeptorexis. Here we made a Hoffman pocket because we were planned for putting in a Emmett segment. And the Zeptorexis is useful because you can center the rexis very easily on the lens. We put in a capsule hooks to stabilize the bag. And here the proline suture is being passed and the CTS segment is being fixed to the sclera. And after you've got a stable bag, we put in the single piece IOL. So this is another case where you can see it's a case of pretty severe subluxation. And again, here we are making 2 pockets to stabilize the bag later. And after putting copious OVD, a Zeptorexis has been done. Again, it's very difficult to puncture, and MVR blade sometimes has to be used to make the initial puncture. Always preferable to use microforceps. It gives you better control. And gentle hydrodissection is mandatory. It should be adequate. And the soft lens can be removed with very little phaco power and with control parameters. So one has to reinflate the bag. And at this point, passing in the CTR. But just the CTR itself is not going to be adequate for such a severe subluxation. The bag has to be fixed. So the remaining cortex is being gently removed. And now, again, passing in the CT segment, the bag is well now fixated and the lens is well centered. So in conclusion, I would say that, evaluation of these cases is extremely important so that you can approach them with the right technique. And having all the, armamentarium of CTR, Sioni ring, having the capsular hooks, and variety of lenses available so that in any eventuality you can convert to a scleral fixated IOL if required, if the bag is not stable. So keeping all this in mind, these cases can be handled safely and, well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ritu Arora, for a lovely talk. We now move on to the shortage of time to our next speaker. Dr. Johann Kruger, are you ready? Yes. We can see Dr. Aarti Nagia is there. We'll have a screenshot of all the faculty after the last presentation, so please stay on.
Can you see me?
Yes, congratulations, at last.
Yes. Your work. What's on your video?
So, Dr. Johan Kruger is a very famous ophthalmologist in Cape Town, South Africa. And he also has his own company and does a lot of work with buying equipment and technology. So he'll be able to tell us a lot about it.
Hello there, Aaron. Sorry for that, but it was the settings on my computer that wouldn't allow me the privacy settings. Good. I'm a private ophthalmologist in Cape Town, and I'm also a consultant with the Stellenbosch Medical School. I have 2 clinics in Cape Town, one in the CBD of Cape Town and one in the northern suburbs. And I'm an anterior segment surgeon specializing in laser refractive and cataract refractive surgery. So these are my financial disclosures. So we're going to talk about how we match patients to the IOL. And we all know that our patients are expecting more from us nowadays. They don't just want the cataract removed, they also want to be spectacle free. So how do we do this? First of all, the selection process of patient requires a sort of a complex and objective assessment of patient-specific characteristics, looking at the corneal astigmatism, the health of the ocular surface, the angle kappa, the other ocular comorbidities. And we all know that these lenses are all different and they don't all suit patients' needs. Not everybody suits an EDOF IOL, or not everybody suits the total IOL. And we need to understand our lenses and the characteristics of our lenses. We also look at the patient-centered considerations, including the visual goals, lifestyle, personality, profession, hobbies, elements for the surgeon factor into the IOL recommendation. So this holistic approach will help surgeons to achieve optimal surgical outcomes and to meet and exceed the high expectations of patients. So we do a consultation, we do a pre-op special investigations, we do the surgical planning. So looking at the consultation, we really need to also look at the actual occupational needs of the patient, look at hobbies, sport. We do a dry eye questionnaire. You need to establish accurately which is the working distance and the distance that the patient would like to be able to focus without glasses to make an accurate decision on the lenses, whether the patient needs just near vision, intermediate, or both. So we also look at the eye dominance. That's one of the first things we test. Do a full eye examination, look at the pupillometry, and we do a visual refraction of the patient, and this, of course, takes more chair time. So the special investigations that we are doing are, OCT of the macula, we do the biometry, the topography. I always have the topography next to me while I'm doing surgery. Now, the important device that we use is the eye trace. We look at the corneal surface, the epithelial mapping, which is important, and of course the tear evaluation, which we use the EI tear device. So we look at the quality of the vision we can expect from the cornea. If you look at this topography here, you'll see that on this side, the patient is, this is a good cornea, so this patient would be a good candidate for premium IOL. And if we're looking at the angle kappa, For instance, this one here, this patient here would be a good candidate for a trifocal lens, but the one on the left won't be a good candidate for a trifocal lens. So also there's certain things that you learn through experience. So in patients sensitive to halos, one should avoid with trifocal IOLs. But particularly in myopes, I find that monofocal lenses work well in myopes. I like to use hydrophobic material in myopes because of the possible retinal detachment or other retinal procedures may be needed in future. And here one can do monovision. Women, I find, are more suited to monovision. Or if somebody is used to monovision, then this could be a good approach. But one can also do a micro monovision approach using an EDOF lens. Then the advantage here is that you don't have to aim -1.5 in the non-dominant eye. You can aim less, like -0.75, and still get very good near vision. Then you can do a type of a custom match approach where you put in an EDOF lens in the dominant eye and you put a trifocal lens in the non-dominant eye, and you aim both those eyes at 0. So a lot of the IOL technologies that we have nowadays are giving this sort of a type of option, almost like a mix and match. The Americans call it mix and match. I like to call it a custom match procedure. And then you can also, of course, do trifocals binocularly, but of course there's always the concern of dysphotopsia. So there's some new concepts that that we can also talk a little bit about, and I think it makes it easier for patients to understand, and that is that if you say to a patient, I'm going to put in an EDOF lens in your eye, he won't understand really what you're talking about. So I think one should talk about a full range vision IOL, which will be a trifocal, or an intermediate range vision IOL, which is an EDOF lens. So I think this is more understandable for the patients. So what is this custom match concept? Let's talk a little bit about the custom match concept. So already in the sort of mid to late 90s, I started with this custom match idea where I was combining, in those days, the distant dominant array lens, which didn't have very good near vision, but it had some intermediate vision. It was a refractive type of an IOL, as you can see in the pictures there on the left. And then I used the near dominant. This was the array, and this was the True Vista lens. The True Vista lens was a PMMA lens, but it had a very good near vision, plus 3.5 for near, and it was very effective for near vision. And in those days, I combined these two lenses, and I published in this book of Dr. Barato, I published my results in those days. I also presented that way back in '98 at the Durban meeting, which was the awesome meeting in South Africa. So why did I do this custom match? So I have about 25 years of experience, and I've tried various combinations of these lenses. And the aim would be to range of vision for the patient, first of all, and secondly, to try and limit the amount of halos and glare. So addressing the patient's needs who require intermediate sort of desktop, and also be able to read small print. Take, for instance, an accountant that needs to have very fine vision looking at small print, but also at the computer. So in those patients, if you put in the trifocal in both eyes, I found that the patients were sitting too close to the computer and they were complaining. And then they ended up with spectacles to push out their vision again while they were doing computer work. So this in a study, refractive hydrophobic and the way it works is it's got these refractive zones. It's like a little bump in the center. It's not rings. It looks like rings when you look at the lens, but it's actually not rings with different curvatures. And they use a technology of meter of the lens that's got this bump with the to an Vivity lens. And this is the on the right here you see the defocus curve of a macular defocus curve at 3 months of a series that I did. Suppose, but this was like a micro monovision where the one eye was 0 and the one eye was minus 0.75. And then I combined this with bifocal lens of which is also in the center, and it pretty much gives less glare and halos because it's got less rings. The more rings you have, the more halos you have. And 75% of this lens is actually got a refractive surface. And it's a similar sort of a wavefront linking design. The EDOF lens. But yeah, you can also see that it's got good distance vision and good near vision, but the intermediate vision is not bad, but it's not as good. So combine the two lenses. And this is what we found, as you can see here, Elon in the dominant eye and the Liberty 2 in the non-dominant eye. You can see that the uncorrected distance vision was very, very good. Most of the patients were almost 20/20. And these are binocular results. And the uncorrected intermediate vision was also very good. Most patients were like up to 20/30 and 20/25. And then the uncorrected near vision was also very good. And yeah, you can also see that the looking at the safety that we had very good safety values here. We didn't have any patients lose 2 lines of vision. The refractive cylinder in this series was also very good and helped a lot with the results. And this was the refractive range, which is spherical equivalent, which was also very good. So looking at the defocus curves, and this was measured with an MLA app of Q-Vision, you can see that this was remarkable. It was 28 patients for 28 eyes, basically. And you can see here that the contrast sensitivity curve is almost a straight line. And this is the distance visual acuity was very good. And here you can see 1 month, 3 months, 6 month contrast sensitivity curve, which also remained very stable. It's almost a straight line, which was also quite remarkable. And then this was the distance visual acuity also. So looking at the patient satisfaction questionnaire that we did, we had also very good results. You can see here these questions that we posed to the patients, the reading text in newspapers, no problems, handwork, woodwork, see prices when shopping, where there was no problem, using the cell phone, there was no problem, working on the computer, there wasn't any problem. The only thing is that patients still had halos, but it was still about 25%, a quarter of the patients, more or less, or almost a third of the patients still experienced halos, but they weren't really badly affected. In fact, we didn't have any patients that were like unhappy that we see sometimes with when you put the trifocal lens in both eyes. It can be disturbing for some people. And I find that where you do this custom match, where the one eye is the EDOF lens and the one eye is the trifocal lens, that the halo is less bothersome to the patient. And I think it's also got something to do with the fact that the dominant eye is the EDOF lens. So therefore the patient is in a way ignoring the halo effect, which is produced by the trifocal lens of the left eye. So in conclusion, I find custom idea is actually particularly with this particular combination of lens is a very good idea. And I found less glare and halos. The patients were very happy, as you could see. Very good near VA. Only 5% of my patients reported minor, and they really had good vision. So with some options where I've combined, like for instance with the for instance the ions lens with the Liberty trifocal lens, and those patients weren't as happy. And the reason for that, I think, was because the ions lens, when you're aiming it at zero, doesn't have such good near vision. It's got less good near vision than, for instance, what the Elon or the Vivity lens have. And therefore, those patients weren't as happy as this group of patients. Thanks for your attention. I hope you find this interesting and come and visit in the beautiful Cape Town.
Thank you very much. I have two questions for you. Number one is that what is the duration between the two eyes that you keep? Like, what is your recommendation? Is it a week or less than that, or how exactly?
No, definitely, I do it less than that. I either do it both on the same day as Steve. I'm also one of the founding members of the
simultaneous.
Yeah, the International Society Immediate Bilateral Cataract Surgery. I was one of the founding members. I'm also a proponent of the lenses at the same time, but also we have a little bit of problems in South Africa in the private healthcare with our funding. The funders don't want to pay, or they pay us less if we do the eyes together. So we often then do it a day apart or 2 days apart. So in my practice, I'm on a Tuesday, I'm doing the one eye, and on a Thursday, I'm doing the other eye. And it's working very well in this. And it's just a week that the patient is sort of out of action. The next week, they're back at work. And also, if I think one of the advantages is if there's a little bit of swelling, sometimes these cataracts are quite hard, of course. And if there's a little bit of swelling, then at least they can still see a little bit with the other eye. And then by the Thursday, the swelling's gone down of the first eye, and they're very happy.
And the second question is that the questionnaire which you give, the satisfaction questionnaire, when do you give that to the patient?
Yeah, we've done all of those. We did at 6 weeks. So we didn't do them straight away. So we did it at 6 weeks or at 3 months. Most of the patients, it was given to them at 6 weeks, or in the cases that we missed, we sent it to them later on.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thanks,
Kruger.
Rina. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the technical hiccups, but you know
no
what it's
issue.
like sometimes.
Fine. I see Dr. Aarti Nangia there. So hi, Aarti.
Hi.
So I think, so welcome to Pan Ophthalmologica, and we're all ready to hear your talk. So over to you.
Good evening. It's a privilege to be here with amongst these stalwarts. And I thank Dr. Rina Sethi, Dr. Arun Sethi, and Webb to have honored me with this event. And today, my topic, I'm going to just share my screen. Just a sec. Is, yeah. I'm sharing it. So what's gone wrong?
You have to take the full screen.
I will take the full screen. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I'll put it on the PPT player. This, can you see it on the full screen now?
Yeah. I think you need to put it on PPT, I think. Yes. Yeah, perfect.
All right. Immune response in ocular surface disorders. When I talk about this entity, I think most of us are dealing with it almost to the tune of 50% of our OPD entries. The worldwide prevalence of this disease, having to get into the details, is very exciting, is because it almost, the prevalence is almost 50%. Ocular surface disease, when we talk about this, is most current, in its most current definition, is a multifactorial disease. The ocular surface that results in symptomatic disease is with the visual disturbances, tear film instability, and clinical characteristics of ocular surface has a multifaceted involvement. It is characterized by increased osmolarity of tear film and upregulation of inflammatory mutants. I just want to open this screen. I'm still seeing my, can I just, because I want to read up my slides, I can see the viewers also there. So do I need to do something?
I think you're going fine. It's perfectly fine. Good visibility. Everything is good.
If you can see us, it's added bonus.
Yeah. So I need to open it. So I need to open it wider. Okay, because my side panel is being covered by the speakers. By the so okay. Just a sec. Maybe I'll try this.
You're fine, Aarti. You can see all.
Just a sec. No, I can't read my slides. That's my problem. So
have you
right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the overview is surface layers of eye consists of conjunctiva, cornea, and these are the two layers which are affected in this particular entity. They're both covered by a layer called epithelium. The surface disorders are basically damaging the epithelial layer. The damage may result from a wide variety of conditions, from the eye to eyelids to even the rest of the body. The damage to the epithelium can cause pain, redness, poor visibility, and ultimately can lead to permanent corneal and conjunctival scarring. Treatment, of course, depends on underlying cause of the ocular disease. Immunology of ocular surface is very intricate and it is very detailed. So if you really go into the details, I wanted to touch upon this, is there is an innate immune response defense, which is against the pathogens and toxins in a non-discriminatory manner. It provides an inherent barrier against corneal infection, while also serving as a primary mode of defenses that is present from birth. The innate immune system uses a variety of methods to minimize microorganism invasion, including mechanical tissue barriers and production of antimicrobial peptides. Tolerance of normal ocular flora is achieved by the presence of minimal number of professional antigen-presenting cells, immunosuppressive substances in tears, and the strategic intra and intercellular location of the toll-like receptors. The autoimmune diseases are common on the ocular surface, and contribution of environmental and genetic factors along with autoantigens are presented to the adaptive immune response. Toll-like receptors are a link between innate and adaptive immune response. So today, when I am going into the details, is because of the fact that almost all the diseases are connected somehow with the immunity or the immunological components which are already present and are triggered in our tear substance. So aging is one of the key factors, which is immunoregulatory mechanisms, affecting. The surface has a functional unit which encompasses, as I said, the cornea itself and its adjacent protective structures: limbus, conjunctiva, lids, meibomian glands, lacrimal glands, and the nerves. This function of immune regulation is at the core, and it's actually the ocular inflammation more than just the deficient tears or aging, also along with playing a very vital role. Current mechanisms of aging at the cellular or metabolic levels include increased oxidative stress, DNA damage, accumulation of senescent cells, altered DNA repair, telomere shortening, decreased proteasome function, inflammation, and immune senescence. A typical feature of aging is a chronic low-grade inflammatory status named inflammaging. So if I were to say we are all inflammaging, so it's a technical term which is characterized by a general increase in the production of pro-inflammatory cytokines. The pro-inflammatory state in aging is relevant. Why? Because it increases serum inflammatory mediators, which are associated with age-related diseases. Increase of these cells are basically in the form of transforming growth factor, serum levels in centenarians, and are considered the biomarker of a good health, vis-a-vis an increased serum levels of pro-inflammatory intraleukine, and tumor necrosis factor cytokines, predictors of disability, mortality. So, inflammaging is detrimental. Recent evidence from literature has shown that not only the ocular mucosal surfaces, the age-related alterations in the ocular surface are very much important to affect our immune system. The ocular immune system, why during aging is affected, is because there's something called an ocular microbiome. The tear film, the meibomian glands, the lacrimal glands, and the actual epithelial barrier and goblet cells are all interacting with antigens with mucosal epithelium lining, which are dysregulated. Detection of a pattern and a damage-associated molecular patterns associated with an antigen by an innate immune system results in its early containment and also leads to fine-tuning and priming of the subsequent adaptive immune response. A nervous system also has a very big task to play. Antigen capture and processing by mucosal APCs and subsequent presentation to the T cells in the lymph nodes is basically the immunity. Polarization, amplification, migration, all these are cross-talking. So an innate and adaptive immunity is what is playing a role. APCs are presenting to the major histocompatibility complex molecules, and they are the ones to trigger off a regulatory T cell immunity. So as I illustrated, it is the microbiome, it is the dysbiosis or the altered microbial composition is postulated the hallmark of aging. And studies have proven liposaccharides are potent inducer of inflammation after having to put topical administration on ocular surface has proven to be one of the factors. So I want to really lay a lot of emphasis and particularly to the fact that aging, tear film, and the glands, they all have an interplay. The secretions of the basal and the reflex tears has an intricate mechanisms controlled by ocular surface nerves. So together with these glands, there is a system which works, and as we age, all of this is altered. Hence, there is an increased tear instability and hyperosmolarity. While meibomian gland dysfunction is frequent in both sexes, elderly male subjects have more abnormal eyelid vascularity. There are sex-specific gene expression patterns. So really, one has gone a long extent to prove that these are all compositions and the alterations which are happening. I come across a lot of aged, patients, I'm sure all of us are seeing, wherein men or women, though we are, kind of correlating with seborrhea, with meibomian gland dysfunction, but they somewhere down the line are all to do with aging. And so these symptoms should not be ignored. 80% of my diagnosis, along with a cataract also, I would choose a drop list of a MGD. Again, the epithelial barrier function constitutes the first line of defense, and it's paramount to ocular surface immune hemostasis. This barrier function is diminished in aged, which has been proven. Ocular surface barrier is the one which protects, and it has been shown in the lab or in the in vivo the presentations that there is a loss of acinize, there is a loss of components which are protective. Neuroregulation plays an essential role in ocular surface immune hemostasis, and this is the line with the defense innervation of the cornea and the intimate contact between corneal epithelial cells and the intraepithelial nerves. Interestingly, aging is associated with a decrease in corneal nerve density and sensitivity to mechanical and nociceptive stimuli, which has been proven in animals. And we have a long way to go to prove in humans also. And so thereby we are saying that with aging also comes a reduction in basal tearing, which is regulated by sensing of ocular wetness and particular receptors of cold thermoreceptors in the cornea. In the conjunctiva, the innervation pattern is different. Heat sensitive fibers predominate, and mechanical and cold sensing fibers are almost absent. So as we clearly see that conjunctiva is itchy in any MGD is because of inflammation, and also the fact that the nerve stimuli are important because they're exposed to a lot of environmental factors. So very much proving that it's something called an inflammation, an aging process, a lot of innate and adaptive immunity playing a role. Substance P mostly is a pro-inflammatory mediator, and calcitonin gene-related peptide, vasoactive intestinal peptide, neuropeptide are mainly anti-inflammatory. So there is a neuroregulation which has proven the fact that we need to be treating any ocular surface disease as an inflammation. As I said, I will conclude the kind of immune response to come to the ocular surface disease as mainly the fact that ocular surface is a functional unit and consists, of course, of all these structures, and immune system undergoes dysregulatory changes with aging. So it explains that there is inflammation. There are, however, several aspects of the ocular mucosal immune response. In many instances, it is difficult to separate the effect of aging from those of inflammation. Hence, dry eyes will need a treatment modality to cover both of it. Further studies are, of course, needed to log on to that. In this regard, there are many lessons to be learned that an aged immune system as a whole and its impact on the whole body and the eye. So the possible therapies. As I said, inflammation with aging, the cascade is going on. So we come across, there's something called a dry eye syndrome, which is not only just a redness, stingy mucus, sensitivity to light, difficulty with night driving, fluctuation of vision, contact lens intolerance, excess tearing, As we all know, these are the layers which can be affected. In particular, the oily or the lipid layer is for lubrication. The aqueous layer is for moisture. Mucosal layer is for even spreading. Antibodies are present in the tear film, and any of the instability of the three structures will lead to dry eye disease, which is called the ocular surface disease. And to understand the causes, they would be blepharitis, can be anterior or posterior. So we cannot separate in dry eyes without looking into the lids if they were inflamed, to look into the meibomian glands, allergies, rosaceous. These are the causes which will lead to dry eyes eventually, any kind of chemical injury, even if it is to do with our kind of chemical used for cosmetics or hair color or whatever. Thermal, just by the heat or in the environment, our eyes are affected. A wind blow affects us. So all these are, and of course, the immunological conditions like mucosal membrane diseases or pemphigoid and Sjogren's syndrome. Risk factors, all of us are very prone to all these three structures getting affected. Blepharitis, most commonly, I address all my patients whether they have seborrhea, because it is indirectly leading to inflammation of the lids. And also the fact that meibomian glands to be checked. Now we can just pull down the lids and check for their sebum or the kind of oily secretions. And I come across almost in 60 to 70% patients having MGD, looking like one of these, like a white secretion on the lid. There are some meibomian gland dropouts. There is a cheesy secretion on the lids. They can be staged into one, which is minimally altered secretions, two into scattered lid margin features, three into lid margins features, plugging vascularity, moderately altered secretions, mild to moderate conjunctival and peripheral scarring. Staining often can help lid margins with dropout of glands. So MGD is a combination of inflammation. In atherogenesis also is a factor which begins with recruitment of inflammatory cells, as I illustrated in the beginning. And these are the ones which affect the oxygen or the oxidative stress which comes onto the glands. I don't want to go more into details of the MGD, which actually is to do with all of these. And aging, environmental factors, risk factors, all these play a major vital role. Also, along with hormonal aspects, systemic medications, topical medications, preservatives, ocular surface microbiome is basically altered. And that leads to these disease patterns. Tear evaporation, MGD are basically because of tear osmolarity, ocular surface damage, reflex tearing, and these are the ones which are affected.
Aarti, can you sum up? Can you please sum up? Yeah.
So it can be either because of increased evaporation or because of aqueous deficiency or decreased wettability. So in all these factors, we can classify into a whole lot of these according to the Deuce classification. It was one earlier. Now with the inflammation added on to it, it has been made into a Deuce 2, which includes the neurosensory abnormalities and the surface inflammation as well. So tests, we all know that we can go through all of them. Staining, osmolarity, mammography, in vivo confocal microscopy, as I said, is also being done in institutes. Optical coherence tomography can just talk about determining the tear volume. And corneal topography, tear film breakup time. Treatment, of course, is just not only artificial tears. Now we have a gadget called a LipiFlow, which can detect, and then we can thereby treat it also. Cyclosporin play a major role because now we've proven that it is inflammation. I was just reading the literature to talk about the liftigrast, that is, these are these inhibitors, and omega-3 fatty acid. They are also very kind of can be used. I think internationally they're being used. Nicotine receptor partial agonist, again, working on the inflammation and works on the trigeminal sensory nerve endings. And by nasal mucosa absorption, they can also be used. Nutrition also plays an important role. Again, going into the treating, LipiFlow is the only FDA cleared device. We can give a thermal pulsation therapy through it. And these treatments are proving to be useful. Concluding it by saying eliminating underlying factors, introducing proper lubrication, therapeutic contact lenses, controlling inflammation of the ocular surface, lipid flow, managing ocular surface disease can be tricky because if we do not consider it into a wholesome, big arena of factors which cause it, we do not treat it. Accurate diagnosis is key to determining the best treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aarti, for a very, very exhaustive presentation. I mean, going through the presentation, the eyes turned a bit dry and then moist. Thank you very much. We now invite none other than Arun Gulani. Dr. Gulani, as you all know, is a very, very dear friend of ours. He's been in all our webinars. He's one of the most colorful and most expressionist ophthalmologists in Florida. His dress designing and his presentations and his way of approach to patients out of the world. And over to you, Dr. Gulani, for a nice presentation. You're muted.
Thank you so much for the invite, especially Dr. Sethi, Arun, and Reena for being here again, a phenomenal global forum here. That was a wonderful talk, Aarti. And I'll talk about the future of refractive surgery. Let's start sharing my screen here. It should be in. Can you see?
I think you have to press the share screen. We can see you very clearly. Yes, I think it's coming. That's right. That's right.
Are we ready? Yes, can you see everything? Perfect. So thank you again for the invite, and I'll talk about the future of refractive surgery. To me, the future is always about addressing frontiers that are considered impossible until the recent past. And that frontier to me is irregular corneas and corneal scars, far beyond the routine refractive surgeries that are done today. And these are patients with complete freedom without transplant, seeing beyond 20/20 and enjoying their lives. So laser plastique, I call it the non-cutting edge, and we'll find out why. So the current treatment for corneal blindness is corneal transplant. Over 12 million people across the world are suffering, 10 million untreated due to lack of tissue, and over 1.5 million new cases added yearly. 49,000 transplants have been done in the US already in the 2021 year, and the cost of transplantation from inpatient to outpatient ranges from 13 to 28,000, of course, with poor vision. Unaided, I always talk unaided vision, unaided poor vision outcomes. And you can see here why. Even with a clear transplant with perfect stitches, they do not get unaided 20/20. And that's where this whole discussion will lead. While with laser plastic, you can take all levels of scars to unaided vision and give patients their lives back. So the problems with current day transplants is invasive surgery, long rehabilitation, medicated side effects, failure rates less than desirable unaided vision, which is nearly consistent in everybody, visual distortion, irregular astigmatism, and isometropia, and fusion issues. As you can see with these transplant issues on the side, and these patients inherently have such irregular astigmatisms in their cornea. Look at this very carefully. Each of this patient is seeing 20/20 or beyond and without glasses. Remember, please, every time I talk, teach, share, I always talk vision without glasses. I do not like anybody with glasses, and I do not want any surgeon to ever think that landing a patient with glasses is success. Let's have that attitude, without which we cannot perform. We must have the attitude that no patient should have glasses or contacts, and only then will we reach higher in our performance. So all these patients are seeing 20/20. The depth doesn't matter, the cause doesn't matter, and we'll see it right now. Over 2 decades ago, it was my honor and privilege for the late Dr. Lee Nodan to travel to my practice and see my work. And around that same time, I designated a term corneoplastique to make it a new super specialty of refractive surgery, which over 2 decades has performed consistently for me with worldwide patients, and that's what I want to share with you all. So if you see again, these are some of the most common corneal scars that you see in your practice: dystrophies, contact lens infection scars, and refractive surgical scars. Again, cause doesn't matter. The laser-plastic system that I've developed consists of an algorithm, proprietary nomograms, custom designed instruments, and training modules with it. It basically represents a tremendous paradigm shift in a thought process. When I look at a patient with a corneal scar, I do not look at the scar. Let me repeat that. When I see a patient with a corneal scar, I do not look or care about the scar. I look at vision potential. Even today, as patients have landed from all over the world, I'm struggling personally refracting them despite all the technologies I carry in between surgeries. All right? Very important, please. Refractive is the way to go. So representing a paradigm shift using a refractive approach over traditional corneal scar removal techniques with minimal tissue removal in an office setting, in minutes with swift recovery and tremendous visual improvements, freedom. See the reaction of these patients under the laser itself, all of them, 100% of the time. The non-cutting edge laser plastique, as I call it, it has no pain, no blades, no cuts, no flaps, topical, brief, in-office, least tissue removal, and there is no operation limit. Watch this patient with acanthamoeba. In fact, I'll show you my study where majority of scars were herpes. And here's this patient with acanthamoeba. The next patient I'll show you video is a 90-year-old patient with herpetic scar. So notice age is not a bar. Notice their reactions. Hundreds of these all the time. Here we go. Literally in minutes, these patients.
On your corneal scar, acanthamoeba scar, can you tell any difference? There's a lot more clear, things are sharper, your image is sharp. Any pain at all? No pain. Well, it's so proud of you. How many years have you suffered with this blindness? 14 years.
14 years.
For doctors who are watching this, acanthamoeba scar.
See the perfect circle of sight. I keep teaching. My staff keeps posting on media for everybody to keep on understanding this concept. That central circle reflects immediate vision, emmetropic vision, perfect clarity. Even though clarity is not my goal, it's a welcome side effect. Herpetic scar, 90-year-old patient. Hand motion vision. This is refractive surgery, guys. This is refractive surgery. You saw the blood. It's okay.
What do you see?
Remember, 90-year-old. See the reactions.
If you see that doctor, he doesn't mention you can see the circle of line come up on an eye that goes full visibility of the iris. There's the other. Wonderful.
A welcome side effect of all my techniques has been that nearly 100% of them have a topographical improvement. Once again, that is not my goal. It's just a welcome side effect. I don't look at topography in these cases, purely refractive approach to all these scars. This photograph on top, among thousands that we have, I've just shown some prototype. This is a Black Hawk pilot who was left with count finger vision. And here you can see post-surgery, he's 2015 vision. See the topography change right there from 5.2 to 0.4, all right? And again, as I said, all of these patients improve. Look at that, 12.7 to 1.7, 5.7 to 1, 3.2 to 0, completely zero, despite numerous surgeries. I don't care how many surgeries someone had. I don't care how deep or problematic the scar is. I look for potential. Once I find the potential refractively, I'm all in for the fight. And then I want vision without glasses. Remember, this is not a guarantee to the patient. This is a guarantee to yourself that you are going to fight that hard. So this global problem, in our own study, we had over 26 causes of corneal scars that were referred to us from all over the world. Our retrospective study over 18 years, 73 eyes, 60 patients, 55% female, 45% male. All these patients experience improved visual acuity post-surgery, 100% satisfaction. Preoperative VFC, unaided vision. Unaided vision, I always talk about, change from 0.77 to 0.06, which is 2022. Also, of course, this is a trademarked technique and technology, but that is the study. It has consistently proven to me that this works in all kinds of situations. So what are the benefits of this technique and the future of refractive surgery? For the surgeon, reclaiming lost patients beyond the routine refractive candidates, access to increased revenue pipeline, confidence to correct their own complications. What is the biggest complication of any keratorefractive surgery? Corneal scar, corneal irregularity, corneal ectasia. If you know how to fix it, you're afraid of nothing. Least interventional for the patient, least interventional, quick recovery, vision freedom, less cost in money, time, and productivity loss. Last week, I fixed 14 successful DALK problems. Let me repeat that. Successful DALK cases. Successful to the surgeons was clear cornea, great sutures, patient doing well. All patients who were 2100 unaided to 2071 unaided. That is not success. Patient's blind. So very important to have a mindset here. Doing a clear cornea, writing about it does not make any sense to me. These patients are blind. They're flying here and we have to fix them. So please focus on vision. I don't want to know anybody's surgery. As you know, my teachings over 30 years. If a surgeon cannot show the patient, I am not in favor of that surgery. The patient should be talking about how amazing their life has become. Cannot show any more simple LASIK, SMILE, PRK, ICL, cataract cases. That's 30 years old. Please move forward to the new frontiers. You must be able to fix everybody who today is called not a candidate, RK cases, keratoconus cases, scar cases, ectasia cases. And then, of course, if you master this, your routine virgin eyes will be a piece of cake for you. So for the patients, a quick recovery and amazing outcomes. For the industry, the gain of market share of the ever-expanding pool. Guess what? There are more and more people having contact lenses and LASIK or refractive surgeries. They're all ending up somewhere with complication rates. Less need for human tissue donors. No expensive FDA-approved process because it's already approved, proven. A much needed service for humans. For we said there were millions of people, remember? So there are tremendous benefits for doctor, patients, and the industry. And it is obviously the future because these patients are coming to your institute, your offices, and you're not turning them away. So highlights of the super specialty, over 12 million patients who deserve this innovative, proven, effective system, empowering refractive and cataract surgeons to proceed in this direction and excel, and then automatically excel in your basic surgeries of refractive techniques. Unmet service and revenue stream, if that's of any interest to anybody. And these are worldwide patients, as we keep showing, day one post-op laserplasty, nobody in pain. These are people of different cultures, different places they come from, same reaction of the patient because the outcome's the same. With that, I'd like to thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gulani. Your speech is always right to three parts: science, admin, marketing, and revenue. And you give her a very good vision about it, that it's the patient we are dealing with and not the disease. With that, if there are any questions, we do it at the end because we have one more speaker waiting, and that's Dr. J.S. Bhalla. And Dr. J.S. Bhalla needs no introduction. He's the head of the hospital in Delhi and also the secretary of the chairman of the scientific committee here. And I'd like Dr. Bhalla to give us talk.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Arun, Dr. Reena, for having me here. That was a wonderful talk by Dr. Gulani. I really enjoyed it. I cannot start screen sharing.
What is that?
I you cannot. You cannot start screen share. I think Dr. Gulani has to stop screen share.
I did stop. It stopped.
Yeah. Can I try again? Yeah.
Questions for Dr. Gulani? While Dr. Bhalla is sitting, there he is set up.
Yeah.
We can see you with a thank you.
Yeah, I'm just starting.
The lady in the slide is a relative, patient, or a model?
Yeah. My topic is effective lens position. Let's talk about the concept and the practical applications of this very important variable. In earlier times, the cataract was removed first and the spectacle prescription given last. And today we calculate the power of IOL first and cataract surgery is done afterwards. So IOL calculation, as we all know, plays a very important role to determine the refractive outcome after the surgery. Today, we can customize the power of IOL to achieve near plano result even in highly myopic or hyperopic eyes. But as we all know that there are a group of patients who value their ametropia so much that when you break news to them that they require spectacles after cataract surgery, they are extremely disappointed. And what are the major sources of prediction error for IOL power calculation? ELP prediction accounts for the major error. That is about 35%, axial and 17%, keratometry 10%, and post-operative refraction 27%. So effective lens position is the most challenging part among all the variables like axial and keratometry, anterior chamber depth. So what exactly is effective lens position? This Jack Holliday said that among the biggest challenges in determining the refractive outcome is going to be where the IOL is going to sit in the capsular bag after the cataract surgery. If same IOL power is placed more anteriorly, it gives a myopic result because it behaves as a stronger lens. And if it is placed more posteriorly, it gives us hyperopic result. And this is humanized dual lens system. And in any dual lens system, if the primary lens and the distance of the screen, that is distance between cornea and retina, are fixed, then the effective power of the system will depend on the power and position of the second lens, that is intraocular lens. So we all desire this to be the effective lens position that is right in bang of the capsular bag. Imagine you have a 21 diopter lens, and if it is sitting slightly more anteriorly, it behaves as a stronger, that is 22 diopter lens. And if it is sitting more posteriorly in the capsular bag, it is going to behave as a weaker lens, that is 20 diopter lens. And why it occurs is like preoperative anterior chamber depth is, suppose in a sample case is about 3.4 millimeter. Because of the lens thickness, crystalline lens thickness is about above 4 millimeter. Now, this crystalline lens has been replaced by an intraocular lens whose thickness is less than 1 millimeter. And what happens is the anterior chamber depth increases. This leads to change in the effective lens position of the lens because of change in the anterior chamber depth. And this term effective lens position was used for the posterior chamber IOLs. Before 1980, the standard value of 4 millimeter was used. Effective lens position then was increased by 0.5 millimeter for ciliary sulcus placed IOLs. And in 1997 onwards, effective lens position was further increased to 5.25 millimeter for IOLs in the capsular bag. The earlier formulae, they gave us some error because we all assumed that shorter axial length will have shorter anterior chamber depth and longer axial length patients will have longer anterior chamber depth. But Holliday taught us that there are 9 kinds of eyes. Even in eyes with normal anterior segment, 80% may have shorter axial length and 90% may have longer axial length. Similarly, in patients with normal axial length, 2% may have shorter anterior chamber and 2% may have longer anterior chamber. So relationship between anterior segment size and axial length is not proportionate in 80% of the short and 90% of the longer eyes. So older formulae are bound to fall in shorter and longer eyes. Second important parameter is keratometry. It is a fact that 2 eyes with same axial length, same keratometry reading may require completely different IL powers for emmetropia. And this is due to difference between actual and predicted effective lens position. And when the study was done on 34,000 eyes published in JCRS to find out the relative importance of various parameters which affect the effective lens position and the IOL power, it has found that axial length, in the order of importance, they were axial length followed by keratometry, then horizontal white to white, refraction, anterior chamber depth, lens thickness, and of course age also. So if we classify the factors affecting effective lens position, they can be classified as anatomical factors, surgical factors, and IOL related factors. Anatomical factors are, as we all know, keratometry axial length, but also important are limbal white to white, post-operative anterior chamber depth, lens thickness. And surgical factors are size of CCC. IOL-related factors are shape, length, flexibility, angulation, material of the haptic, power of the lens. Effective lens position, they say, does not depend on the preoperative anterior chamber depth. So various formulae intelligently had different constants to predict effective lens position. While SRKT used A constant, Hagees had A0, A1, A2, Hoffer Q and Holliday 2 had anterior chamber depth, Holliday 1 has surgeon factor, Olsen has C constant, and Barrett has lens factor. And it is possible mathematically that if we know one of these factors, we can calculate the other. If we know the A constant, then surgeon factor and surgeon factor and anterior chamber depth can be calculated. And if you know surgeon factor, we can calculate the other variables. And if you know the anterior chamber depth, then A constant can be calculated by these mathematical calculation. What exactly is A constant? It is specific constant for each IOL supplied by the manufacturer, and it is calculated based on the refractive outcomes. And the factors affecting IOL constant are type of biometry, whether you are using immersion biometry or optical biometry, axial length keratometry, IOL types, as I emphasized in the previous slides. Second important parameter is keratometry. But we all know that different instruments may give different keratometry readings because of the prodate shape of the cornea. If you measure the corneal curvature closer to the center, it will give you higher reading. And if you are measuring away from the center, it will give you slightly low reading. So different instruments may give different keratometry reading for the same eye. So we should know at what distance we are calculating the keratometry corneal curvature. Manual keratometry measures at 3.2 millimeter, auto K at 2.6, corneal topography within central 3 millimeter, and off scan at all these distances. Sheen flake imaging, as in Pentacam and Sirius, it measures the net power, and it analyzes 25,000 data points generated, including the center of the cornea. In optical biometry, like in IOL Master, we have number of points tested are 6 points in hexagonal pattern, in 2.3 in circle of 2.3 millimeter, whereas in LensStar we have 32 points in 2 circles, where the zone of outer circle, measurement of outer circle is 2.3 and inner circle is 1.65 millimeter. Errors in axial length measurement leads to 54% error with 2 variable formulas. And we all know that 1 millimeter error in axial length accounts for 2.5 diopter error in IOL power calculation. So I won't go into the various IOL calculation formulas. Straight away jump to the newer generation formulas like Hoffer H5, Ladas, Olson, Barrett, Truke, Hill RBF calculator. And now we have Kane, EVO, etc. The third generation formulas, how they calculated effective lens position, it was said that effective lens position is distance from cornea to the iris plane plus surgeon factor. And this surgeon factor is based on retrospective back calculation using different types of the IOLs. So it is better to, rather than to classify formulae as regression or theoretical formula, it makes more sense to classify formulas on the basis of how many variables they are using. Because if you increase the number of variables in the formula, you come to more refractive accuracy if the number of variables used in those formulas are more than 2 or 3. Like we had just 2 variables in SRKT, Hoffer Q, then 3 variables in Hagees, Ladas. So Barrett Universal 2 has 5 variables, Holiday 2 has 7 variables, artificial intelligence is used in Clark and Hill RBF, and ray tracing is used in Oculus and Fake Optics. And what are the parameters for effective lens position? This SRKT has just axial length and keratometry. Hoffer Q has personalized anterior chamber depth. And what is this personalized anterior chamber depth? This personalized anterior chamber depth is a factor that increases anterior chamber depth with increasing axial length, and a factor that increases anterior chamber depth with increasing keratometry. In Hagees, the factors to predict effective lens position are anterior chamber depth and axial length. This one formula does not use keratometry. So it has variables like A0, A1, A2, and A0 is manufacturer's lens constant, A1 adjusts for preoperative anterior chamber depth, and A2 adjusts for the axial length. Here the parameters used for effective lens position are axial length and keratometry, and it calculates the personalized surgeon factor by the surgeon factor is distance from the post-operative anterior iris plane to the effective optical plane of the IOL. Holiday 2 uses 7 parameters, and these 7 parameters are, besides axial length, keratometry, anterior chamber depth, lens thickness, white to white, age of the patient, and previous refractory error. Barrett Universal 2 formula uses lens factor, and this lens factor, besides keratometry, axial length, and anterior chamber depth, also takes into account lens thickness and white-to-white measurement. Hill RBF is based on artificial intelligence and pattern recognition. So with all these newer generation formulas, what is the reason that we are still stuck at 90% accuracy within plus minus 0.5 diopters? See, the limit is not the formula. Limit is the precision of the least count that you are putting into the formula. And the precision limit for keratometry is 0.25 diopter, axial length and anterior chamber depth is 0.1 and 0.2 millimeter. So these limits keep us at accuracy which is not exceeding 90%. So what should be done if we want to increase our accuracy to more than 90%? Incorporating an advanced formula into interoperative aberrometer should result in increased accuracy. This was the hypothesis, but unfortunately this has not turned out to be true. And it has there are some the published literature shows that it is possible to predict effective lens position in various formulas if you take into account these mathematical equations. I think that is not required. So what is the reason for errors in various kinds of eyes, particularly in the post-keratorefractive eye? In myopic refraction, there is what happens is there's overestimation of the K readings, which leads to underestimation of the IOL power, and the net result is hyperopic refractive outcome after surgery. Then there are long-term changes in the lens position after the cataract surgery, and it has been found that with multi-piece IOLs, there is slight anterior movement of IOL in the first month post-operatively, which leads to anterior myopic shift. And with single piece IOLs, there is mean posterior shift in IOL position of 0.03 millimeter, which is caused by subtle anterior capsular fibrosis. Then older toric IOL calculation did not take into account the variation of the toric IOL power based on the effective lens position. We all assumed that the ratio of cylinder at IOL and cylinder at corneal was standard value of 1.45 to 1.46. This also leads to refractive error in toric IOLs, because we are not taking into account the change in effective lens position in various degrees of toricity. This is another interesting publication where they have used partial least square regression analysis to predict the effective lens position, and they found that age, refraction, corneal width or radius, and lens thickness are not significant predictors of post-op position of the anterior IOL surface. And what are the two predictors? Axial length and anterior chamber depth are the true predictors. And this was found that Holiday, SRKT, and Hoffer-Q formulas, they cluster together slightly posterior to the posterior lens position. So there is slight hyperopic error with these formulas. Whereas Hage's formula, among the third generation formula, gives effective lens position that lies between the anterior lens plane and the posterior lens plane, which is close to the ideal position. This is a spreadsheet depending on the quadratic equation, which is we have studied mathematics, a quadratic equation like ax square plus bx plus c, and if you have to calculate x, then it comes by the formula minus b plus minus under root b square minus 4ac by 2a. So mathematicians have really worked hard to be able to predict effective lens position. So improvements in technology have allowed accuracy of biometry to double every 5 to 10 years. Accurate estimation of effective lens position is the final frontier in accurate IOL power calculation. Near formulas like Barrett, Kane, EVO are able to estimate accurate effective lens position in all kinds of eyes. Ratio of toricity at corneal plane and IOL plane dependent on effective lens position has to be taken into account in toric calculators. And after keratorefractive surgery, ELP calculations independent of keratometry may be used for effective lens position. Just like in life, in cataract surgery also effective position matters. If same IOL powers is placed unintentionally in a more anterior position in the eye, it behaves as a stronger lens. And if same IOL power is placed in a more posterior position in the eye, it behaves as a weaker lens. Thank you everyone for your kind and patient hearing.
Arun, you're muted. Dr. Arun, you're muted.
I would like a very good lecture, Dr. Bhalla. Congratulations, a very interesting aspect. I request Dr. Arun Gulani to give his views on your talk on the placement of the IOL in the eye.
What's the question, please?
Dr. Bhalla gave his talk on the placement of the IOL inside the
I saw that.
So I wanted your opinion on how you manage these cases and how you plan the placement of the IOLs.
Certainly. First of all, Dr. Bala, congratulations. To take a topic as boring as that and make it interesting is an achievement.
Thank you,
I loved it. I actually was here. I was in between talking to patients too, but I heard your lecture, all the formulas you went through. Here's my basic take on life and the way I practice. I do not believe just in dry things. I go a lot by intuition, artistry, and what the patient needs. Over 80% of my patients have about 30, 40 cut radial keratotomies, extreme keratoconus. The guy I just did from Kenya had 85 keratometry, 19 diopter astigmatism, 200 micron cornea. So what I do in these cases is I take all these formulas. I have an IOL 7, IOL 5. We have our Oculus. We have our A scans of 3 kinds. I look at everything, right? My own formulas, which are just going to be published with over 1,000 RK cataracts we've done landing straight on unaided vision. I go a lot by the cuts. If you'll see, I'm sure you all have done lots of these, right? 4 cut, 8 cut, 16 cut. The number of cuts up to 8 cut, according to me, is so stable. It's nearly a normal eye. You just aim a little bit towards myopia, you land perfect. So Arun, to answer your question, there is not one certain formula I go by. I go by the fact that if they are 20 cut, then I add about 1.5 to 1.75 to the emmetropic number. Again, based that the cornea has no other abnormality. If I'm also doing a scar correction during cataract surgery, then everything I do is mathematical and optically oriented, not just doing things on the eye. Then I deduct or add another hyperopic element to it because I'll be causing hyperopia by removing the scar, right? So those are the ways I address these very complex cases. And I do not go by just one formula and things like that. And that's what really works. Also, very important point, please. I get a lot of videos from wonderful surgeons and they keep asking me, Doc, is this good? Is this correct? And I keep saying no, because I cannot take a stitch in the eye. I see a lot of surgeons who send me their RK videos of 16 cuts and they go, Doc, we got it. I said, fantastic. Now they're talking about the lens. They're completely lost the fact that you cannot take a stitch in an RK cornea. Even if it's 40 cuts, no stitch needed. So those are points that are more important to stress. If you take a stitch in a cornea, you cause astigmatism, you damage the whole optics. Now it doesn't matter what premium lens you're using. So I think that is a more important thing to teach, what I see from all the surgeons who send their stuff over, compared to just formulas. These formulas are fantastic in normal cases, slightly high hyperopic, slightly small eye, slightly long eye. But as you'll see, doctors, all of you are very experienced, you'll see a lot of patients are now coming to you with previous refractive surgery issues, right? And those are the patients we have to get ready for. That's what I spoke about today. And if we teach our students, residents, and fellows to handle those cases, automatically they'll be magnificent in these basic cases. Agree?
Absolutely.
Sybil, Dr. Sybil Scholz, what's your opinion about Dr. Bhalla's talk?
You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I love Dr. Bhalla's talk. He summarized everything perfectly. And I love you for clarifying all the benefits and the drawbacks of the formula. And it's all about thinking about the factors included in the formula. That's why I'm so fond of the latest Castro formula, because you have so many factors included in calculation, the optical power of the lens. So Dr. Bhalla, thank you very much for that summary. I was really
Dr. Sybil, in your institute, when you have patients like Dr. Gulani saying who have had corneal surgery, and then they come to you for IOL power calculations.
Post-refractive cases.
Post-refractive cases in the institute in Germany.
Radial keratotomy.
For post-refractive cases, my personal opinion is go for Oculix, go for ray tracing. This is, I think, the best option. The other option is go for a formula which reflects the anterior, or which takes the anterior and the posterior curvature of the cornea into consideration as well as the thickness of the cornea. So those thick lens formulae, I think, will be quite nice anyway. But to me, ray tracing is the best.
I think very rightly said, ma'am. Very rightly said that the phaco optics and Oculix, they give very nice results. And also the ASCRS calculator. What I do is, in myopic LASIK, I try to use the highest possible reading, which is given by the ASCRS calculator, so that I don't have that hyperopic surprise in these kind of patients. And reverse is the one I do in hyperopic LASIKs. I take the least reading so that I don't get the myopic surprise. And I find in my hands, ASCRS calculator is giving pretty good results in post-keratorefractive surgery eyes. Yeah.
So I'd like to conclude the session. 4 hours of scientific session, 9 halls, 100 faculty, 47 international, 39 from the United States. I request Dr. Reena to sum up the proceedings.
I think thank you very much, everybody. We really had a great session, starting from subluxated lenses, IOLs, cataracts, different types of formulae, the ocular surface, and doing a perfect job of, patients who have corneal opacities and IOL calculations to the, to the right dot, how exactly we should use the different kinds of IOL formulas. I think thank you very much, everybody. And I think we should just come out on screen for the final click of the picture as well. Thank you.
Please take your screenshots. You can see our pictures tomorrow in the New York Times front page.
Thank you.
Good night. Have a nice day. Enjoy
Bye.
wherever you are in the
Thank you
world.
so much.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank
See
you.
you all
Thank you,
same
everyone.
time
Good night.
next year.
Good night. Bye-bye, dear.
Bye. Bye.